Welcome, traveler. Before we begin, take a moment to get comfortable. Let your body settle and allow the world around you to grow quiet. Tonight, you are about to journey to Aerath, a kingdom of floating islands, ancient sky orchards, upward-flowing rivers, and glass-winged ferries. So relax, close your eyes, and let the rain carry you beyond the clouds. Your journey begins now. The first sign of Aerath appears above the clouds. At first, you mistake it for a mountain. A dark shape rises beyond the silver mist, broad at its base and narrow at the summit, with sunlight glinting along its edges. Then the clouds shift beneath your airship, and the shape drifts sideways. It is not a mountain at all. It is an island. Roots as thick as palace towers hang from its underside, trailing through the open sky in long, twisting strands. Water gleams among them. Several streams spill from the roots, but instead of falling toward the distant earth, the streams curve upward, climbing in shining ribbons toward a second island higher in the sky. Your hand closes around the railing. The royal airship creaks softly beneath your boots. Its blue sails are spread wide, catching currents that cannot be felt at ground level. Around you, passengers rise from their benches and lean toward the windows. Several have traveled this route before, yet even they fall silent as Aerath emerges from the clouds. One island becomes 3, then 12, then more than you can count. They float at different heights, linked by bridges of braided vine, narrow waterways that pour upward, and slender ferries with wings made of tinted glass. Orchards cover nearly every visible slope. Enormous trees grow from beds of white cloud soil, their roots gripping stone or hanging freely in the air. Some bear fruit the size of lanterns. Others are covered in pale blue blossoms that open and close as shadows pass over them. Villages drift between the orchards on platforms of wood and woven reed. Their houses have steep roofs designed to guide rain into suspended cisterns, and their wind chimes ring in long, overlapping notes. You have read about Aerath since the first year of your apprenticeship. None of the drawings prepared you for the scale of it. A small object brushes against your sleeve. You look down and find a seed caught in the fabric of your traveling coat. It is flat, golden, and warm despite the cold air. 2 translucent fins extend from its sides, beating gently like the wings of a moth. You hold out your palm. The seed crawls onto it, pauses as though considering you, then lifts away and sails over the railing. "Bloomwing seed," says a voice beside you. They only land on travelers carrying living plants. The speaker is an elderly woman wrapped in a shawl the color of ripe plums. 3 round cages rest at her feet, each containing a different variety of moss. One glows faintly. Another whispers whenever the airship turns. You glance at the wooden specimen case strapped securely across your shoulder. The woman smiles. "Botanist." "Apprentice," you say. An honest answer. You must be new. She taps the side of her nose. and looks back toward the islands. Far ahead, one island rises above all the others. Its upper surface is hidden by buildings, terraces, and an immense canopy of branches. The tree growing there is so vast that its trunk resembles a pale stone citadel. The highest limbs spread across the sky, bare against the sunlight. You have seen hundreds of illustrations of that tree. The first orchard, the oldest living tree in Aerath. According to royal records, it was already ancient when the first settlers climbed from the world below. Its blossoms appear once each year during the festival of first bloom. When they open, golden petals cover the sky, and every orchard in the kingdom begins its growing season. The festival is the reason you have been sent. Your master at the Royal Botanical Conservatory spent 3 months securing an invitation for you. You are supposed to observe the blooming, document the tree's magical cycles, and collect only those petals that fall naturally upon the western terrace. Nothing more. It is the sort of assignment given to an apprentice who has shown promise, but has not yet earned the right to lead an expedition. You had accepted it gladly. Now, as you study the distant branches, you feel a small uneasiness settle beneath your ribs. The festival begins at sunset. There should already be buds. You remove a brass viewing lens from your coat. The instrument is no larger than a coin, with 3 thin layers of enchanted glass held inside a folding frame. When you raise it to your eye, the distant canopy sharpens. The branches are bare. No leaves, no flower sheaths, not even the bronze swelling that should precede the first buds. You adjust the second glass, which reveals the movement of sap within living plants. Faint golden lines run through the branches. The flow is steady, though unusually slow. The tree is alive. The elderly woman notices your concentration. Something wrong. I'm not certain. That is another honest answer. A bell rings from the bow of the airship. Crew members hurry to the rigging, loosening ropes, as the blue sails collapse one by one. The vessel descends toward a landing platform shaped like an open leaf. Hundreds of people wait below, dressed in festival colors. Children hold long poles decorated with ribbons and paper blossoms. Orchard workers wear polished pruning hooks at their belts. Vendors move between the crowds with trays of sugared pears, cloudberries, and small cakes baked in the shapes of leaves. Music rises from a row of musicians, playing wooden flutes and drums stretched with silver skin. The platform is attached to the capital island of Valen, where buildings climb the slopes around the first orchard. The city seems to have grown with the tree rather than being built beside it. Stairways spiral around great roots. Houses rest in the forks between them. Golden bridges extend from one branch to another, some high enough to disappear into mist. As the airship settles into its berth, a wave of warm air passes over you. It smells of honey, rain, and crushed leaves. The other passengers begin gathering their belongings. You secure your specimen case, check the leather satchel at your hip, and make certain the wax-sealed letter of introduction is still tucked inside your inner pocket. The elderly woman lifts her cages. "Watch the gardeners," she says, before joining the departing crowd. Trees speak slowly. Gardeners learn to notice before the rest of us hear. You step onto the landing platform. The surface moves gently beneath your feet. Not enough to make walking difficult, but enough to remind you that there is no earth beneath the city. Only stone, roots, and miles of open sky. A young official waits near the customs arch, holding a wooden sign marked with the seal of the Royal Orchard Ministry. A cluster of green leaves has been painted beneath the words, "Apprentice Botanist of the Southern Conservatory." The official holding it is shorter than you expected, with dark hair tied in several practical knots, and a formal green coat buttoned crookedly at the collar. A stack of festival schedules rests beneath one arm. When you approach, the official lowers the sign. You are the apprentice. You give your name and produce the sealed letter. The official compares the seal twice before relaxing. "Good. I'm Tavi Serral, assistant keeper of visiting scholars, temporary festival coordinator, and until tomorrow morning, the person responsible for making certain you do not accidentally poison a royal tree. I wasn't planning to. No one ever is." Tavi slips the letter into the stack of schedules and gestures for you to follow. The landing district is crowded, but the festival procession has not yet begun. Most people are moving uphill toward the first orchard. Strings of unlit lanterns hang above the streets. Garlands of preserved blossoms decorate balconies and doorways. Tavi walks quickly, speaking over one shoulder. You have quarters in the Eastern Scholar's house. The observation terrace opens an hour before sunset. You may use non-invasive lenses, passive collection cloths, temperature charms, and ordinary writing instruments. No cuttings. No cuttings. Bark samples. No fallen twigs. Only after inspection. Root moisture. Tavi stops and looks at you. You close your mouth. Your master warned us you would ask. He believes moisture tells you more than leaves. Your master has never tried asking the keeper of roots for permission. Tavi continues uphill. The streets narrow as you approach the center of the city. Here, the first orchard's roots rise through plazas and disappear into buildings. Shopkeepers have built counters into natural hollows in the wood. A tea house occupies the space beneath a curved root large enough to shelter an entire courtyard. You pause beside a fountain where water rises from a stone basin and divides into 7 streams overhead. Each stream flows toward a different district. Tavi notices you watching. Root water. The first orchard draws it from the lower clouds and sends it where it's needed. The currents are regulated by the tree, mostly. Whether gardeners can redirect small amounts, but the tree decides the main flow. One of the streams trembles. For a moment, it bends away from its carved channel and scatters droplets across the plaza. People laugh as the water rains sideways. A pair of workers hurry to adjust copper rings mounted around the fountain. Tavi's expression tightens. Does that happen often, you ask? Festival pressure. Too many ferries and irrigation systems operating at once. The explanation comes too quickly. Before you can question it, bells begin ringing throughout the city. People cheer. The sound rolls upward from terrace to terrace. Shopkeepers close their doors. Children lift their ribboned poles. Musicians step into the streets and begin a lively tune. Tavi brightens with visible relief. That is the gathering bell. You should leave your luggage at the scholar's house. You glance toward the immense bare canopy overhead. I would rather see the tree first. You will see plenty of it from the terrace. I mean the trunk. Tavi hesitates. The official looks toward the procession, then toward the case on your shoulder. The public path passes close to the southern root court, Tavi says. You may observe from behind the rail. You may not touch anything. You follow the crowd through an archway woven from living branches. The southern root court lies in a broad hollow near the base of the ancient tree. The trunk rises through the center, pale and smooth in some places, deeply ridged in others. Thousands of narrow ribbons have been tied to the lower bark. Each carries a written wish for the coming growing season. A low railing surrounds the trunk. Royal gardeners in cream-colored robes stand at regular intervals, keeping visitors from leaning across it. Their tools hang from belts of braided grass. Unlike the celebrating crowds, the gardeners speak quietly among themselves. You notice their faces first. None of them are smiling. Tavi guides you toward an open space near the railing. The first ceremonial watering happened at dawn, Tavi says. The second will take place during the bloom. You kneel, pretending to adjust the strap of your specimen case. From this angle, you can see the soil within the root court. It is not ordinary soil, but a pale substance formed from compressed cloud, mineral dust, and decayed leaves. It should be loose enough to breathe. Instead, the surface is tightly drawn around the roots. You remove a narrow silver needle from your sleeve. Tavi catches your wrist before you can extend it across the railing. No touching. I only need a trace of vapor. That needle looks capable of drawing blood from a stone. It measures humidity. It has a hook. For moss, you are not measuring royal moss. A gardener on the opposite side of the railing looks over. He wears no ceremonial sash, and his cream robe has been patched at both elbows. A wide basket hangs across his back, filled with small pruning knives, folded cloths, and glass bottles. His hair is tied loosely at the nape of his neck, and a streak of cloud soil crosses one cheek. He meets your gaze, then looks down at the needle in your hand. Instead of calling a keeper, he walks around the root court toward you. Tavi releases your wrist and straightens. Gardener Sen, the official says. Tavi, his voice is soft enough that you nearly miss it beneath the festival music. This apprentice wished to sample the royal soil without permission, Tavi says. Vapor, you correct. The gardener studies the ground around the roots. Why, the surface is constricted, you say. Either it has lost moisture, or something beneath it is drawing the particles together. His eyes return to you. What else have you noticed? Tavi shifts beside you. Gardener Sen, the keeper of roots, gave strict instructions that visiting scholars. The sap is slow, you continue. But there is no discoloration in the channels, no visible fungal webbing. The upper branches have enough stored energy to produce buds, yet none have formed. Sen listens without interrupting. The roots are alive, you say, but the tree is limiting its own circulation. Tavi gives you a sharp look. You have been in Aerath for less than an hour. The symptoms do not resemble blight. You cannot diagnose the first orchard from a public path. I am not diagnosing it. I am saying what it does not resemble. Sen rests one hand against the strap of his basket. The crowd around you grows louder as dancers enter the court. Their long sleeves are painted with flowers, and every turn sends golden powder into the air. Take your sample, Sen says. Tavi stares at him. You cannot authorize that. I can authorize a breath reading from the outer soil. Sen opens the railing gate. You step through before Tavi can object again. The sound of the festival seems to soften inside the root court. Perhaps it is the size of the trunk, or the way the roots absorb vibration. Close to the tree, the air is cooler. You kneel beside a narrow root. Sen crouches across from you. This does not leave the court, he says. You unfold the silver needle. The hooked tip is hollow, designed to collect vapor without disturbing the surface. You hold it a finger's width above the cloud soil and press the small crystal at its base. Mist gathers inside the hollow stem. The crystal changes from clear to gray. Then it turns a deep, unexpected blue. You repeat the reading in another place. The result is the same. What does it mean? Tavi asks from beyond the gate. The soil is moist, you say. Then it is healthy. No, the moisture is there, but the roots are not absorbing it. Sen looks toward the trunk. You take a second instrument from your satchel, a small tuning fork made from black ironwood. Your master once used it to locate the last surviving ember fern beneath the ruins of an abandoned greenhouse. When struck, the fork responds to the internal pulse of nearby plants. You touch it lightly against the soil and tap one prong. A clear note rings through the root court. The note fades. A second tone answers from below. It is low and uneven. You feel it through your knees before you hear it. Sen goes completely still. The soil around the root shifts. Not enough to crack, only enough to rise and settle like a slow breath. You pull the fork away. The answering tone stops. What was that? Tavi whispers. The root pulse, you say, or part of it. It sounded wrong. It sounded deliberate. Sen watches you carefully. Explain. A diseased root loses rhythm. It stutters, weakens, or breaks into competing pulses. This one was slow, but it responded at the same interval each time. You strike the fork again. The clear note rings. The answer comes from beneath you. Slow, low, waiting. You look at the ancient trunk rising into the sky. It is conserving itself, you say. For what? Tavi asks. You do not have an answer. A shadow passes over the court. Everyone looks upward. High above the city, glass-winged ferries circle the first orchard. Their wings catch the late sunlight, scattering blue and green reflections across the bare branches. Musicians on the upper terraces raise silver horns, the final hour before the bloom has begun. Sen gathers a handful of cloud soil, lifts it close to his face, and smells it. There is another thing you should see, he says. Tavi lowers their voice. The ceremony is beginning. That is why it must be now. Sen leads you around the back of the trunk, where a curtain of festival ribbons hides a narrow service path. Tavi follows, while quietly listing every regulation the three of you are violating. The path descends between two roots and enters a cool chamber beneath the public court. Small windows have been carved into the outer stone, revealing open sky below. Clouds drift beneath the floor. Copper pipes run along the walls, carrying water and nutrient mist toward the first orchard's deeper roots. Several gardeners are gathered around one of the pipes. A thin stream flows from its open valve into a clay basin. The water is clear, but something floats on its surface. Tiny golden petals. You approach the basin. Each petal is no larger than a fingernail. They are freshly fallen, soft at the edges, and bright with stored warmth. Tavi frowns. Where did these come from? The lower roots, says one of the gardeners. Sen lifts a petal from the water and places it in your palm. You examine it through your viewing lens. The surface contains the fine branching veins of a true blossom. The base is sealed cleanly, without tearing or decay. These did not fall from the canopy, you say. No, Sen replies. They have been appearing in the root water since dawn. A roar of celebration passes through the city above you. The musicians have begun the blooming hymn. The gardeners exchange worried glances. You turn the petal over. A faint line crosses its underside. At first it looks like an ordinary vein, but under the second layer of the lens, the line resolves into a pattern. A spiral, then a hooked branch, then 3 small marks resembling seeds. It is not a natural growth pattern. Someone has written on the petal. What language is this? You ask. Sen looks toward the other gardeners. None answer. Tavi leans closer. Could it be an old orchard cipher? You work with the royal records, festival records, guest permissions, fairy routes. I do not translate messages written by trees. the horns above reach their highest note. The first orchard is supposed to bloom now. For one suspended moment, the entire city becomes quiet. You can hear water moving through the pipes. You can hear the flutter of banners outside the chamber. Somewhere beneath the roots, wood groans under a pressure older than the kingdom. Then the bells begin. One bell, another, 100 bells across the terraces, ringing in expectation. The gardeners stare upward. No petals fall. No golden light passes through the windows. The first orchard remains bare. The bells continue for several uncertain seconds before slowing and falling silent. Voices rise above the chamber. At first they are confused, then frightened. A tremor passes through the floor. The clay basin tips, spilling root water across the stones. Sen catches it before it breaks. Tavi braces one hand against the wall. Outside the narrow windows, the horizon shifts. You move closer and look down. The lower islands are turning, not drifting with the wind, turning away from their established paths. A village platform releases a burst of warning lanterns as the current carries it toward the eastern clouds. Ferries bank sharply, their glass wings flashing. One of the upward rivers bends out of its channel and pours into empty sky. Thunder rolls from somewhere below. Storm clouds gather beneath the kingdom's hanging roots, darkening as they twist around one another. Tavi's face loses all color. The root anchors are failing. Sen closes his fingers around the golden petal. Above you, the first cries of alarm spread through the festival of first bloom. You slip your tuning fork back into its case and look toward the ancient root wall. The slow pulse continues beneath your boots, unchanged by the confusion outside. The tree is not collapsing. It is waiting. Sen meets your eyes. You said it was limiting its own circulation. Yes, and the petals. A message, perhaps, or a record. Can you read it? Not yet. Another tremor moves through the chamber. Dust falls from the copper pipes. Sen places the marked petal carefully inside one of your specimen envelopes. Then we find someone who can. Tavi steps between you. No one is going anywhere until the ministry closes the terraces and accounts for the ferry routes. Sen turns toward the service passage. The ministry will spend the night searching for a disease. Is that unreasonable? There is no disease. You cannot know that. Sen glances back at you. You think of the slow sap, the untouched moisture, the precise root pulse, the hidden petals carrying symbols through the water. I cannot prove it yet, you say. But the tree has enough life to bloom. The chamber falls quiet around your words. Sen gives a small nod. Tavi looks from you to the basin, then toward the window, where the islands continue to drift beneath the darkening sky. What are you suggesting? You study the golden petal, sealed inside the envelope. The first orchard is refusing. Far below, thunder answers from the gathering storm. The sound rises through the roots, rather than through the air. It enters the chamber as a deep vibration, setting the copper pipes humming against the walls. Tavi looks toward the passage, leading back to the festival court. We need to report this. We need to protect the root channels first, Sen says. Another gardener closes the open valve, while the others begin securing the pipes. They work quickly, fastening leather braces around joints and placing clay vessels beneath any connection that might crack. Tavi straightens the front of their coat. The keeper of roots will want every observation. The keeper already has observations, and perhaps this one will persuade him to act. Sen's expression changes so slightly that you might have missed it before spending the last few minutes studying him. His mouth does not tighten, and his voice remains even, but the hand holding the clay basin becomes very still. You have reported the petals, you say, for 11 days. Tavi turns toward him. 11. The first appeared in the eastern irrigation vents. 3 petals, all marked. Yesterday, there were 27, and no one informed the festival office. The keeper informed the orchard ministry. That means the ministry knew the first orchard might not bloom. Sen sets the basin on a stone shelf. The ministry knew something unusual was happening, he says. They decided the petals were a harmless result of excess stored magic. They have writing on them. The official report called the markings natural vein distortions. Tavi stares at the sealed envelope in your hand. That is not what they look like. No, the sounds above grow louder. Hundreds of festival visitors are leaving the terraces at once. Footsteps shake dust from the ceiling. Somewhere outside, an official amplifies a calming announcement through a speaking horn. But the words blur beneath the alarm bells ringing from the ferry docks. Sen moves toward a cabinet built into the root wall. He unlocks it with a key from his belt and removes a rolled map protected by oilcloth. We cannot remain here, Tavi says. If the island roots are shifting, this chamber may be closed. That is why we should leave before it is. Sen spreads the map across a work table. It shows Valen and the surrounding orchard islands as a series of circles connected by flowing lines. Some lines are blue, marking root water. Others are green, showing the seasonal migration of floating land. Tiny silver nails indicate root anchors, the ancient structures that hold each island within its appointed current. Sen points to a small district near the city's western edge. The old root laboratory has instruments capable of examining the petal markings. The laboratory was closed years ago, Tavi says. The public rooms were. Why would a gardener have access? My mother kept cloud specimens there. Tavi folds their arms. Your mother was Yara Vale. Sen pauses. Yes, you recognize the name. Yara Vale had written one of the first serious studies of communication between magical plants and their surrounding ecosystems. Her work argued that certain ancient species could alter weather, soil, and animal behavior as forms of expression. Your master kept a damaged copy of her book under glass at the conservatory. The final chapters had been removed from later editions. She disappeared, you say. Sen rolls the map closed. People prefer that word. What word do you prefer? Left. The chamber tilts. Tools slide across the work table. One gardener catches the map before it falls, while another presses both hands against a pipe. Through the windows, the sky rotates slowly. The clouds that had been below the chamber rise toward one side, and the pale curve of a neighboring island appears at an unfamiliar angle. Valen itself is moving. Tavi steps to the window. The capital route has never shifted. Then today is full of firsts, Sen says. A cracking sound comes from the root wall. You turn. A thin line has opened in the pale bark beside the cabinet. Golden light glows within it. The crack lengthens. Everyone backs away except Sen. He approaches carefully, lifting one hand, but stopping before he touches the bark. The opening widens until it is the length of your forearm. Something presses outward from within the tree. A bud. It emerges slowly, covered in bronze scales. Unlike the tiny flower buds described in your books, this one is large enough to fill both of your hands. Its surface trembles with the same low pulse you heard through the soil. The tree is blooming underground, Tavi whispers. No, you say. You move closer and raise the viewing lens. Golden sap surrounds the bud, but none enters it. The scales contain no forming petals. Instead, something flat is curled tightly inside. It is carrying something. The bud opens. A folded leaf slips free and falls toward the floor. You catch it before it lands in the spilled root water. The leaf is pale gold, with dark veins arranged in lines across its surface. Unlike the markings on the petals, the pattern is broad and deliberate. You spread it carefully on the work table. Sen leans over one side. Tavi takes the other. The symbols are unfamiliar, though one appears repeatedly. A curved branch surrounded by 3 seed-like marks. The same symbol appears on the petal. Beneath it, the veins form a chain of islands. At the chain's western end stands a structure shaped like a tower beneath a cloud. The weather temples, Sen says. You can read this, Tavi asks. Only the map. He points to the tower symbol. There were 7 temples once. They guided the storms before the root anchors were built. Which temple is this? The one on Loom. Tavi studies the island chain. Loom has been abandoned for nearly 80 years. Not entirely. You know someone living there. Sen rolls the golden leaf around a wooden dowel and slides it into his basket. I know someone who visits. The thunder below becomes a continuous growl. A sharp bell rings 3 times from the city above. Tavi's attention snaps toward the passage. Evacuation warning. One of the gardeners at the pipes looks over. The Western District. 3 bells is every lower terrace. Sen secures the map and begins fastening the cabinet. You should return to the landing platform, Tavi tells you. Visiting scholars will be sent back to the mainland. You look through the window. The airship that carried you to Aerath is no longer at its berth. It has already risen above the city, joining a line of departing vessels. Several are struggling against crosswinds as the storm spreads beneath the islands. You think the routes are safe enough for departure. You ask. They are safer than remaining beside a failing anchor. The anchor may not be failing. Tavi turns from the window. The entire island is drifting because the first orchard controls the root water and the main current. If the tree is choosing not to bloom, it may also be choosing not to hold Valen in place. That is not reassuring. It means repairing an anchor will not solve the cause. Sen closes the cabinet door. Tavi looks at him. Do not encourage this. I have not said anything. You have been encouraging it silently since the root court. A horn sounds outside, followed by shouted instructions. The gardeners abandon the last of the pipes and begin filing into the service passage. Sen waits near the doorway. You were sent here to observe the bloom, he says to you. Yes, it did not happen. No, then your assignment is complete. His words are neutral, but his eyes remain on the specimen envelope at your belt. You understand the question beneath them. Your master had trusted you to identify rare diseases and preserve species that might otherwise vanish. He had taught you to begin with what a plant was doing rather than what people expected it to do. The first orchard is alive. It has sent marked petals through its own roots. It has shaped a leaf into a map. It has allowed the kingdom built around it to drift toward a gathering storm. Leaving now would mean carrying home an observation, while abandoning the thing that gave it meaning. You slip the envelope into the safest pocket of your satchel. My assignment has changed. Sen gives one slow nod. Tavi closes their eyes for a moment. Of course it has. The three of you leave the chamber. The southern root court has emptied. Festival ribbons whip through the air as wind moves between the roots. Several ceremonial lanterns have broken free and are drifting toward the upper branches, their lights spinning. Officials in blue coats direct people toward the central stairways. The bare trunk of the first orchard rises above the confusion, pale and silent. You follow Sen along a narrow path used by orchard workers. Instead of climbing toward the evacuation platforms, he leads you downward between the roots. Tavi hurries after him. Where are we going? Western Root Gate. That gate has no passenger dock. It has a maintenance ferry. Tavi nearly collides with a group of workers carrying emergency water tanks. You cannot take a ministry vessel without authorization. It belongs to the gardeners. The gardeners are part of the ministry. The ferry does not know that. The path bends beneath an overhanging root and emerges onto a small platform built at the island's edge. Open sky stretches beyond it. Valen's lower roots descend into clouds, now lit from within by flashes of purple lightning. Wind pulls at your coat and carries the sharp smell of rain. A ferry is moored beneath a canvas shelter. It is much smaller than the passenger vessels you saw upon arrival. The narrow hull is made from dark, flexible wood, and its two glass wings are folded along the sides. A circular sail rests above the stern, shaped like the seed of a dandelion. Sen climbs aboard. Tavi remains on the platform. That ferry is designed for 2 people. It is designed for 4 baskets of soil. Are you calling me soil? No. That pause suggested otherwise. You step into the ferry and secure your specimen case beneath the center bench. Tavi looks back toward the city. Evacuation bells continue ringing. Crowds move across the higher bridges, appearing as streams of color beneath the first orchard's branches. Then a violent gust strikes the island. The platform jerks downward. One of the mooring posts splits, and the ferry swings against the dock. Tavi jumps aboard. This does not mean I approve. Sen releases the remaining rope. The ferry drops. Your stomach rises as the wooden hull falls away from Valen. For several breaths, the vessel descends freely beside the enormous roots. Wind roars through the folded wings. Sen pulls a lever. The glass wings snap open. They catch the air with a resonant hum. The ferry sweeps outward, its descent becoming a long curve beneath the capital island. Tavi grips the side with both hands. You brace your boots against the floor and watch Valen pass overhead. From below, the city looks impossibly fragile. Houses cling to the island's stone underside. Waterways run between the roots like veins of light. Beyond them, the first orchard's deepest roots descend into the storm. Several have begun to glow. Golden pulses move along their length, traveling away from the capital toward the surrounding islands. The root signals, you say. Sen glances over his shoulder. You can see them through the lower glass of my lens. You hold the instrument toward the nearest root. The pulses are evenly spaced. Each one reaches the end of the root, pauses, and fades into the surrounding cloud. It is sending the same rhythm in every direction. Calling to the orchards, Tavi asks, or warning them. The ferry banks toward the west. Ahead, dozens of islands drift through unstable currents. Some remain close to their roots, held by shining anchor lines. Others have wandered far enough that ferries struggle to reach them. A farming island passes below. Workers lead animals into stone shelters, while tall trees fold their branches inward against the wind. Their fruit is falling upward, torn from the stems and carried toward the clouds. You watch a cluster of red pears vanish into the mist. The loss has already begun, Sen says. How long can Aerath survive without the first bloom? You ask. Most orchards have stored seed and preserved fruit. That was not my question. He adjusts the ferry sail. One season, perhaps, the lower villages less. Tavi's voice is quieter. The outer islands depend on the bloom to renew their cloud soil. Without it, the soil thins. Without soil, the roots cannot hold enough water, and the islands lose lift, you say. Sen nods. The ferry travels beneath a stone arch floating between two clouds. Bells hang from it, but no structure supports them. Each bell rings as you pass, producing a low sequence of notes. Sen listens. Bad current. Changing current. He turns the ferry sharply. A river rises ahead of you. It pours upward from a small island, twisting through the sky toward a reservoir far above. Under normal conditions, the ferry would pass beneath it. Now the water bends sideways, forming a shining wall across your route. Sen lowers the sail. The vessel slows, but the current behind you continues pushing forward. Tavi looks toward the river. Can we go around? The eastern edge is caught in the storm. What about above? The reservoir is spilling. You study the moving water. Leaves, broken baskets, and fruit spin within it. The river's direction is unstable, but not random. Its surface ripples in regular bands, each separated by a brief moment of calm. The root pulse is affecting the current, you say. Sen watches the river. How? Water responds to the tree's circulation. When the pulse reaches this island, the flow shifts. You remove the ironwood tuning fork. Tavi gives you an uncertain look. You plan to diagnose the river. I plan to listen. You strike the fork against the side of your boot. The note is nearly lost in the wind, but the water answers. A vibration runs through the ferry. The river swells toward you, then relaxes. You count silently. Another pulse arrives. The water bends away. There are 7 breaths between shifts, you say. The calm lasts too. That is not long enough, Tavi says. It might be if the wings are folded. Sen studies the gap. We would fall through, only until the current catches the hull. Tavi looks from you to him. Neither of you sounds alarmed enough. Sen raises the circular sail. The ferry accelerates. You grip the bench and keep your eyes on the bands of water. One pulse. The river leans toward you. 2. It draws closer, droplets striking the glass wings. 3. The surface rises like a wall. 4. The current begins to turn. 5. The center thins. 6. Sen pulls the wing lever. Now you say. The glass wings fold. The ferry drops nose first. You pass beneath the lower edge of the river as thousands of gallons sweep overhead. Cold spray covers your face. The hull spins once, and for a breath, there is nothing beneath you except the distant darkness below Aerath. Then the river's lower current catches the ferry. The vessel surges upward through a hollow in the water. Sen opens the wings. Glass flashes around you. The ferry bursts from the far side of the river and glides into clear sky. Tavi remains bent over the side, eyes closed. After several breaths, they sit upright, I would like both of you to understand that I hated that. You counted correctly, Sen tells you. My master taught me to measure before moving. He sounds sensible. He would not have approved of the falling part. Tavi wipes river water from their coat. At last, we agree with your master. The storm remains behind you for a time. As the western currents carry the ferry farther from Valen, the air grows calmer. Evening settles over the kingdom. Lanterns appear in distant villages, small clusters of orange light moving between the dark silhouettes of orchard islands. Sen opens a storage compartment beneath the stern and removes a wrapped loaf, a jar of preserved fruit, and a flask of hot tea. The flask should have cooled hours ago, but steam rises when he opens it. He hands the first cup to Tavi. They accept it without comment. You share the food, while the ferry glides beneath a broad island covered in silver-leafed trees. Their branches are empty. Fallen fruit floats in nets stretched beneath the roots, where orchard workers collect what they can. The bread is dense and slightly sweet. The preserved fruit tastes of apricot and mint, with a coolness that lingers on your tongue. For several minutes, no one speaks. The quiet gives you time to examine the golden petal. You place it inside a small glass frame and hold it near the fairy lantern. The markings become clearer as the light passes through them. The central spiral resembles the growth pattern of a seed embryo. The hooked branch might be a root. The 3 marks could represent fruit, islands, or people. You rotate the frame. The lines shift. A second image appears beneath the first. You sit forward. Sen. He turns from the sail. You angle the petal toward him. The markings have layers. He crouches beside the bench. Tavi moves closer. You adjust the viewing lens over the glass frame. The first pattern is visible in ordinary light. The second appears when the petal is viewed from below. A new arrangement of veins crosses the surface. It resembles a bowl resting beneath a tree. Inside the bowl are 3 seeds. The same 3 marks, Tavi says. They may actually be seeds, you reply. Sen studies the bowl symbol. I have seen this. Where? In my mother's notes. Tavi looks toward him. The notes stored at the old laboratory. Some of them. You did not mention that. You did not ask. I asked why we were going there, and I said the instruments could examine the markings. Tavi sets down the teacup. You left out the part where your mother may already have translated them. Sen returns to the stern. She never translated the petals. They did not appear while she was here, but the symbol did. Yes, what did she believe it meant? Sen is silent long enough that only the wind and the hum of the wings fill the ferry. She called it the gardener's measure. You wait for him to continue. He adjusts the sail, though the ferry is already traveling smoothly. In old Aerathi stories, the first settlers did not plant the great orchards. They were invited to tend them. The trees offered fruit, water, and shelter. The settlers promised to take only what the orchards could freely give. Tavi looks at the empty trees above you. That story is told to children. Most true things are, before adults improve them. And the bowl, a reminder that every harvest must leave enough seed to renew what was taken. You examine the petal again. Your mother believed the symbol was literal. She believed it marked places where the old agreement had been recorded, such as the weather temple on Loom, you say. Sen nods. Tavi's expression grows more guarded. Why did she leave? The ferry's lantern swings between you. Sen looks ahead into the darkening sky. Because she said Aerath had forgotten what it promised. Before Tavi can answer, a light appears beneath the island ahead. It flashes once, then twice, then 3 times in quick succession. Sen rises. That is a distress code. The ferry changes course. You pass beneath the edge of the island and see a drifting village caught among its lower roots. The village rests on a broad wooden platform carried by hundreds of woven cloud-reed balloons. Houses stand close together along its central lane. Glass-winged fishing boats hang from cranes at the edges. One side of the platform has broken loose. It tilts toward open sky. Villagers cling to ropes and railings, while crates, barrels, and pieces of furniture slide across the slanted deck. A suspended orchard nursery hangs below them, held by a single fraying cable. A woman at the highest signal tower waves a lantern. Sen guides the ferry closer. Tavi cups their hands around their mouth. What happened? The anchor line snapped. The woman calls back. Our lift roots are failing. A child cries out from below. You look toward the hanging nursery. Someone is inside it. Through the glass roof, you see a small figure trapped among rows of potted saplings. The remaining cable stretches tighter as the nursery swings beneath the village. Sen turns the ferry toward it. Tavi grabs his sleeve. The platform could fall. That is why we cannot land. How do we reach the child? You study the nursery. The glass structure is attached to the village by a narrow maintenance ladder, but the upper half has torn away. The remaining section swings several body lengths from the platform. Your specimen case contains climbing cord used for gathering seeds from cliff-growing plants. The cord is strong, though never meant to cross open sky. You unfasten the case. Tavi sees what you are doing. No, the ferry can pass beneath the nursery. That is still no. Sen can hold us level. That does not improve it. You secure one end of the cord around the ferry's central brace. Sen looks at the swinging nursery, then at the clouds below. The cable will not hold long. I only need one pass. He nods. Tavi grips the cord. You are a royal apprentice, not a rescue worker. I have climbed greenhouse towers. Greenhouse towers have floors. You fasten the harness around your waist. The ferry descends. Wind grows louder as you approach the broken village. Above, people pull on ropes to keep the platform balanced. Below, The nursery swings in a long arc. Through the glass, the child presses both hands against the door. The potted saplings around them have begun to slide. You climb onto the ferry's side. Sen watches the arc. When it passes left, I will bring us beneath it. You nod. The cable groans. The nursery swings away. Sen lowers the sail. The ferry glides under the village platform and enters the shadow of the hanging structure. Ready, he says. The nursery swings back. You jump. Your hands catch the lower frame. The impact knocks the breath from you. Your boots swing above open sky while the climbing cord snaps taut behind you. Tavi shouts something you cannot hear. You pull yourself onto the nursery's narrow outer ledge. The door is jammed by a fallen planting table. The child inside pushes against it, but the table does not move. Step back, you call. The child retreats between the saplings. You take a pruning hook from your belt. It is a modest tool, meant for branches no thicker than your thumb, but its curved end fits between the door and frame. You brace one foot against the glass wall and pull. The table shifts. The cable above makes a sharp tearing sound. You pull harder. The door opens just far enough. The child squeezes through. You catch them around the waist as the nursery drops. The last cable has broken. For an instant, the glass structure falls beside you. Then the climbing cord catches. You and the child swing beneath the village, while the nursery disappears into the clouds below. The cord pulls painfully against the harness. Above you, the village platform creaks. The ferry circles back. Tavi leans over the side, reaching. Sen brings the vessel close enough that the glass wing passes beneath your feet. You lower the child onto it. Tavi pulls them into the ferry, then reaches again and catches your arm. Together, you climb aboard. The child clings to Tavi's coat, shaking but unhurt. The villagers above cheer. Sen does not celebrate. He is looking at the island's exposed roots. You follow his gaze. The roots are pale and brittle. Fine golden dust falls from them into the air. You kneel near the ferry's edge and raise your lens. There is almost no sap movement. How long has this orchard been losing fruit? You call to the woman at the signal tower. Since yesterday morning, and the soil thinning for a week. The failure began before the mist bloom. Sen guides the ferry toward the village's intact side. Several residents throw down ropes and secure the vessel to the platform. The child's mother rushes from the crowd and gathers them into her arms. Around you, villagers work to stabilize the drifting platform. They speak in short, practiced calls, tightening lift balloons and redistributing water barrels to balance the deck. An older man, wearing the blue sash of a village keeper, approaches. You came from Valen. Sen nods. Did the first orchard bloom? No one answers immediately. The keeper closes his eyes. We saw the storm, he says. We hoped the petals were hidden by cloud. Tavi steps forward. Evacuation ferries will be sent as soon as the central roots are secured. Our root anchor is gone. Then signal continuously. The ministry will see you. The keeper looks toward the dark horizon. They have not seen us for years. A silence passes through the nearby villagers. Zen turns toward the western sky. The island of Loom is somewhere beyond the darkness, along a route that has been abandoned by nearly everyone in Aerath. You feel the golden petal through the fabric of your satchel. The first orchard has sent a map toward an old weather temple. Sen's mother found the same symbol years before the kingdom began to fail. Now, an outer village is losing its soil, while the capital still holds festivals beneath a bare tree. This is no longer only a question of why the first orchard refuses to bloom. It is a question of what the kingdom has failed to see. The village keeper orders a signal lantern raised at the highest tower. Its beam sweeps across the surrounding clouds. Far to the west, another light answers. It is faint and green, appearing where no active root should remain. Zen watches it flash 3 times. That is Loom, he says. Tavi looks toward the unstable platform, then at the storm behind you. We cannot take the child's village with us. No, Sen replies, but we can find out why the roots are dying. The green light flashes again. You tighten the strap of your specimen case. Above the village, the orchard trees fold their empty branches against the night. The fairy lantern is refilled. Fresh rope is tied around the damaged wing joint. The villagers give you water, dried fruit, 2 blankets, and a small pouch of cloudreed seeds that may expand into emergency floats when soaked. When you board again, the rescued child stands beside their mother at the edge of the platform. They hold out a small potted sapling. Its leaves are narrow and silver, though several have begun to curl. It was the only one that did not fall, the child says. You accept the pot carefully. What kind is it? Promise pear. Sen looks at the sapling. The name seems to disturb him more than the broken anchor line. You place the plant inside your specimen case, leaving the lid open so it can breathe. The village releases the ferry. As you glide west, the green signal remains ahead of you, blinking from the darkness. Behind you, lightning spreads beneath Aerath's roots. The storm is climbing. You can see it whenever lightning spreads through the clouds behind you. Each flash reveals dark columns twisting around the hanging roots of the kingdom, rising higher with every passing minute. Zen keeps the ferry pointed west. The green signal ahead appears, vanishes, then appears again. It is too steady to be lightning and too low to be a star. Each time it shines, the light reflects faintly from the glass wings. Tavi sits near the bow with 1 blanket wrapped around their shoulders, and the rescued child's promise pear sapling held securely between their boots. They have said little since leaving the village. The ferry passes through a field of drifting seeds. Thousands of pale husks turn slowly in the night, carried upon a current too gentle to feel. Some are shaped like feathers. Others resemble tiny folded boats. They brush against the hull with soft, dry taps. Under ordinary circumstances, the sight would be beautiful. Now each seed seems to carry the same warning. The orchards are releasing them too early. You kneel beside the promised pair. The sapling's silver leaves are still curled, but its stem remains flexible. You press 2 fingers lightly against the cloud soil around its base. The soil is cool and damp. You lift the silver vapor needle from your sleeve and hold it above the roots. The crystal turns blue. Again, there is water. Again, the plant is refusing to drink. Sen glances back. The same as the first orchard. Similar. Can it survive? For a while. Young trees store less than ancient ones, but they also need less. You open a compartment in your specimen case and remove a narrow roll of pale cloth. The fibers were woven from moon flax, a conservatory material used to shelter delicate roots during transport. When dampened, it releases moisture slowly without forcing it into the plant. You wrap the cloth around the sapling's pot. Tavi watches you work. Will that cure it? No, but it helps. It gives the roots a choice. Tavi looks down at the curled leaves. A choice seems to be the problem. You consider that. Plants refuse things for reasons. So do officials, Tavi says. Usually the reasons are paperwork. Sen's voice drifts back from the stern. Do officials also stop drinking water? Only during budget meetings. The answer is dry enough that Sen almost smiles. Almost. You settle beside the sapling and look ahead. The western sky is darker than the east, though the storm lies behind you. Great banks of cloud rise around the abandoned roots, hiding the stars. The green beacon shines from within them. How far is Loom, you ask? In a stable current, 2 hours, Sen says. And in this current, he adjusts the circular sail. We will find out. Tavi draws the blanket closer. A phrase I am beginning to dislike. The ferry descends beneath a chain of empty anchor rings. They hang in the sky like enormous metal crowns, each one fixed around a pillar of cloudstone. Once, their enchanted cables would have stretched toward islands along the western route. Now most of the rings are broken. Vines grow through them, and small birds nest inside the cracks. You have read about the old root anchors. The earliest models required a constant flow of root water to maintain their hold. When the western orchards became less productive, the ministry redirected water toward the capital and the major farming islands. The records describe the change as an efficiency measure. From beneath the abandoned rings, it looks more like retreat. A faint knocking comes from the promised pair's pot. You lean closer. The roots are moving beneath the cloud soil, not spreading outward, turning. The entire root cluster is angling west. Sen, he looks back. You lift the pot enough for him to see the soil shifting along one side. It is responding to something. The signal, perhaps. The green light flashes again. The saplings' leaves tremble. Tavi notices. Could it be frightened? Plants do not feel fear the way we do. That was not an answer. No, you admit, it was not. A low shape appears in the mist ahead. At first, it looks like the hull of a large ship. Then, the clouds part and reveal an island standing nearly upright. Its upper surface faces north rather than upward, as though some immense hand turned it onto its side. Ruined terraces cling to the slope. Rows of dead orchard trees grow horizontally from the cloud soil, their trunks reaching across open sky. A village has been built along the island's vertical edge. The houses stand on narrow platforms fixed to the rock. Rope, ladders, and suspended walkways connect them. Lanterns glow behind shuttered windows, but no one is visible outside. That is not Loom, Tavi says. No, Sen replies. It is Aura's shelf. It is inhabited. Barely. The green beacon flashes from the far end of the village. Sen lowers the ferry's sail. A bell rings from one of the platforms. A figure steps into the lantern light and raises a long pole tipped with a green crystal. The figure is wrapped in a heavy coat, with a hood pulled low over their face. Sen guides the ferry toward the platform. The figure waits until the hull is close, then catches the mooring rope with the hooked end of the pole. You are late, a woman's voice says. I did not know we were expected, Sen replies. You never do. She secures the rope and lowers her hood. Her hair is entirely white, though her face is not old. A dark line runs from her left temple to the corner of her mouth, like the path of a lightning strike beneath the skin. She wears thick gloves and a weather reader's coat reinforced with metal scales at the shoulders. Her eyes settle on Sen. You have your mother's talent for arriving after trouble begins. Tavi steps onto the platform. Who are you? Someone who keeps the last western beacon lit. The woman looks past them toward you and the promised pear sapling. Her expression changes. Where did you find that? A drifting village, you say. Their nursery fell. She approaches the ferry, but does not touch the plant. Bring it inside. The wind strengthens as she speaks. Clouds close around the village, swallowing the abandoned orchard, and the broken anchor rings behind you. The woman leads you along a walkway fastened to the vertical island. The drop beneath the rope rail is so vast that the lanterns below look like stars. Each plank is coated with resin and rough mineral dust to prevent slipping. Tavi walks close to the rock wall. This island was not always tilted, they say. No, the woman answers. The western current moved. The ministry decided the island was easier to abandon than straighten. Sen follows last, carrying his gardener's basket. You could have left, he says. I did. The woman unlocks the door of a narrow stone house. Then I came back. Warm air meets you inside. The building extends into the island rather than along its surface. Its walls are lined with shelves of storm instruments, rounded stones that rotate slowly despite the still air. Green fire burns in a low hearth. A table occupies the center of the room. Several maps are spread across it, held flat by pieces of black crystal. The woman removes her gloves. The lightning mark on her face continues down her wrist and disappears beneath her sleeve. "I am Mela Rune," she says, "weather reader, beacon keeper, and the only person left in this district who remembers how to make visitors tea." Tavi straightens. "Assistant Keeper Tavi Serral, Orchard Ministry." Mela opens a cupboard. "Then I may need something stronger than tea." She looks at you. You give your name and explain that you are an apprentice royal botanist. "Royal," Mela says. "That word has traveled far tonight. I was sent only to observe the bloom. And instead, you set the promised pear on the table. Instead, the first orchard remained bare." Mela does not appear surprised. She fills a kettle from a ceramic jar. "What else?" "The roots are rejecting water. Marked petals are traveling through the channels. Valen has left its root, and storms are gathering around the lower roots." Mela places the kettle over the green flame. "Better than I expected." Tavi stares at her. "Better. I expected the capital to deny it, until the city fell through the clouds. The city is not falling. Then the night is young." Sen removes the rolled golden leaf from his basket and lays it on the table. Mela stops. For the first time, her composure breaks. She crosses the room and unrolls the leaf carefully. The green fire shines through the dark veins. "Where did this appear?" "In the first orchard's lower chamber," Sen says. "You saw it emerge." "Yes." Mela studies the map formed by the veins. Her finger pauses over the weather temple symbol. "So Yara was right." Sen's gaze lowers. "About which part?" "The tree would send for the Western record when the covenant failed." Tavi steps closer. "You knew Sen's mother." "I knew her before the ministry decided she was inconvenient. She left Aerath. That is the sentence printed in official histories." "What is the true one?" Mela pours hot water over a handful of dark leaves. "The true sentence is longer." She gives each of you a cup. The tea smells of smoke and citrus. Its warmth spreads through your hands almost immediately. Sen remains beside the table. "Tell it," he says. Mela looks at him for several moments. "Your mother discovered that the western orchards were not failing naturally. Root water had been diverted from them for generations, first during droughts, then to increase harvests near Valen. Each diversion was called temporary. Sen's face remains calm, but his fingers tighten against the table. She wrote about that. She wrote about the result. What she did not publish was the reason the first orchard permitted it for so long. You think of the steady, deliberate pulse beneath the root cord. The tree consented. Not exactly. Mela turns one of the maps around. It shows the root water network as it existed centuries earlier. 7 main channels extended from the first orchard. each feeding a different region of Aerath. The western branch was wider then, carrying water to dozens of islands now absent from modern charts. Ancient trees do not answer every wound immediately, Mela says. They measure time differently. They adapt. They wait. They give warnings that can be mistaken for ordinary change. The marked petals, you say. One warning. The weakening western soil was another. The lost varieties were another. What lost varieties? Tavi asks. Mela nods toward the promised pair. That tree should not exist. You pull your chair closer. It is rare, but I have seen it mentioned in catalogs. Mentioned, yes. Preserved, no. She examines the saplings, silver leaves. Promise pears once grew around the first weather temples. They did not produce fruit every season. They flowered only when water, soil, and harvest remained in balance across all 7 regions. A botanical indicator, you say. A witness. Tavi looks skeptical. A tree cannot witness a legal agreement. People made the agreement legal, Mela replies. The trees made it living. You take the marked petal from your satchel and place it beside the sapling. Under the green firelight, the 3 seed marks darken. Mela does not need a viewing lens to recognize them. The gardener's measure, she says. Sen leans forward. My mother believed it marked places where the original promise was recorded. It marked more than places. Mela touches the bowl shape. 3 portions governed every harvest. 1 for those who tended the orchard. 1 for those who traveled or hungered. 1 returned as seed, soil, and water to the trees. Tavi studies the symbol. 1/3 of every harvest was given away. Not every fruit was divided by a knife. The measure changed by season and need. It meant prosperity could not be taken from the orchards without renewing the whole kingdom. And the weather temples enforced this, you ask. They observed it. The rivers carried records. The promise pears flowered when the balance held. The first orchard bloomed when each region returned its measure. The room grows quiet. Outside, wind strikes the house and makes the stone hum. Tavi sets down their cup. The kingdom has not followed such a system in centuries. No, Mela says. It replaced obligation with accounting. Modern harvest law still requires seed reserves for profitable species and soil renewal where ferries can reach. Tavi's voice sharpens. You make it sound as though every ministry official chose to abandon these islands. No, most were born after the choice became a procedure. The words settle heavily between them. You look at the promised pear. Its roots have stopped turning. They are pointed toward the interior of the island, where the old weather temple must lie. What happened to Yara? Sen asks. Mela does not answer immediately. She crosses to a shelf and removes a small wooden box. The lid is carved with a pattern of clouds and branching roots. She reached loom. Sen's breathing changes. Only slightly, but you hear it. Mela places the box in front of him. She entered the weather temple and found part of the original covenant. Then the ministry closed the western route. She could have returned by private ferry. She tried. Mela opens the box. Inside rests a broken compass, its needle formed from a sliver of green crystal. The metal casing bears the same hooked branch symbol as the pedal. Sen does not touch it. The anchor lines were severed during a storm, Mela says. Officially, the route was judged unsafe. Unofficially, no rescue mission was approved. Tavi looks down. Was she killed? No body was found. That is not an answer, Sen says. It is the only one I have. Mela closes the box. The last signal from Loom came 17 years ago. 3 green flashes, followed by 1 gold. Sen looks toward the beacon outside. The same pattern as tonight. No, tonight. I sent the green signal. Tavi frowns. Then what answered you? Mela's gaze shifts toward the western wall. A distant light shines through a narrow window. 1 flash. Gold. The promise pear sapling unfolds a single leaf. Everyone turns toward it. The curled silver blade opens slowly, revealing a fine line of gold along its center. The sapling bends toward the window. Sen takes his mother's broken compass from the box. The green needle trembles, then points in the same direction. Loom is calling, Mela says. The storm strikes the island. The house shudders. Several glass instruments fall from their hooks. One breaks against the floor, releasing a coil of blue mist that rises toward the ceiling. Mela moves at once. She pulls a brass lever beside the hearth. Metal shutters slide across the windows. Green fire travels through channels carved into the walls, illuminating old protective symbols. Another impact follows. Not wind this time. Something heavy lands upon the roof. Dust sifts from the ceiling. Tavi looks up. What was that? Mela takes a hooked staff from beside the door. A storm grazer. You have heard the name in lectures on aerial migration. Storm grazers are large, ray-shaped creatures that feed upon static charge inside clouds. They normally remain in the wild northern currents and avoid populated islands. Drawings show broad bodies, trailing fins, and mouths adapted to filter lightning from rain. The thing on the roof drags something across the stone. A low crackle fills the room. Mela lowers her voice. The rising storm has driven them out of the lower sky. Are they dangerous? Tavi asks. When frightened, another grazer strikes the outer wall. The green fire dims. Mela looks toward the western passage. If they break the beacon, we lose our guide to Loom. Sen lifts the gardener's basket onto his shoulder. How many? 3, perhaps 4. Can they be driven away? With a stronger charge than the beacon. Tavi glances at the storm instruments. Do you have one? Mela points to a copper cylinder mounted near the ceiling. That lightning jar contains enough charge to lure them away. Then use it. The release mast is outside. A scraping sound travels across the roof toward the beacon tower. Mela opens a narrow cupboard and removes two metal belts attached to coils of braided wire. The island is tilted, she says. The upper path is almost vertical. Tie yourselves to the guide cable. Tavi looks at you. This would be an excellent moment for you to remain with the plant. You secure your specimen case. The beacon is guiding the plant. The plant is in a warm house. And if we lose the beacon, we lose Loom. Tavi exhales through their nose. I preferred you when your greatest offense was a humidity needle. Mela hands you one of the wire belts. Sen takes the other. There are only two, Tavi says. You remain at the lightning jar, Mela replies. When I signal, open the lower valve. Slowly. How slowly? If the jar sings, close it. What does it sound like when it sings? You will know. That is becoming another phrase I dislike. Mela unseals the door. Wind explodes into the room. She steps onto the outer walkway with Sen behind her. You clip your belt to the guide cable and follow. Rain moves sideways across Aura's shelf. It strikes the vertical orchard and runs along the trunks of the dead trees. The world seems turned on its side. Below you, village lanterns hang in darkness. Above you, the island's stone edge disappears into storm cloud. The beacon tower stands a short distance away. Though reaching it requires climbing along iron steps driven into the rock. A shadow passes through the clouds. Lightning reveals the storm grazer. Its body is wider than the house, dark and smooth, with fins spreading like wings. Pale threads trail from its underside, touching the beacon tower and drawing sparks from the green crystal. Two smaller shapes circle behind it. Mela climbs first. Sen follows, moving with the balance of someone accustomed to working among high branches. You keep one hand on the guide cable and the other against the stone. The island trembles beneath you. The largest grazer lifts from the tower and turns. Its underside glows with stored lightning. Do not meet its eyes, Mela calls. You had not noticed it had eyes. Then two silver openings appear near the front of its body. The creature releases a low call. The sound presses against your chest. It dives. Mela strikes the stone with her hooked staff. Green sparks spread along the guide cable. The grazer veers, passing close enough that its trailing threads brush the rock beside your shoulder. Static lifts your hair and sends pain through your fingertips. Sen catches your belt as your boots slip. You have it, he asks. Yes. The grazer circles back. You climb faster. The release mast stands beyond the beacon. A narrow copper arm pointed into open sky. Mela reaches it and unlocks the base. Now, she shouts. Inside the house, Tavi opens the valve. A deep note travels through the island. The lightning jar begins discharging through the buried wires. Blue light races along the mast. The storm grazers turn toward it. For a moment, the plan works. All three creatures drift away from the beacon and circle the copper arm. Their trailing fins gather the released charge, glowing brighter with every pass. Then the deep note rises. The island begins to sing. Tavi has opened the valve too far. Mela shouts toward the house, but the wind carries her voice away. The mast flares white. The largest storm grazer jerks violently. Instead of feeding, it folds its wings and plunges toward the source of the charge. The mast bends. If it strikes the jar, the house will split, Mela says. You look at the promised pair, visible through the small, unshuttered vent below. Its single open leaf glows gold. The leaf is pulsing. Once, then again, at the same interval as the first orchard's roots. You pull the ironwood tuning fork from your coat. Sen sees it. What are you doing? The grazers feed on rhythm as much as charge. You know that. No. He stares at you. It is a reasonable possibility. That is less comforting than you think. You strike the fork against the copper mast. The clear note rings through the storm. The grazer turns. You strike it again, matching the pulse of the sapling's leaf. The note travels through the charged metal and out into the clouds. The grazer slows. Its silver eyes fix upon the mast. You wait 7 breaths, then strike again. The creature's wings unfold. The 2 smaller grazers settle into the same rhythm, circling with each note instead of diving toward the jar. Mela understands. She lowers the mast's charge until the white flare becomes a steady blue glow. You continue the pattern. Strike, wait, strike. The storm grazers follow, their bodies bright as they feed, the wild charge inside them becoming smooth bands of light. One by one, they turn away from the island and glide toward the open western sky. The largest passes close before leaving. Its trailing fins brush the air around you like warm rain. Then all 3 disappear into the clouds. The singing beneath the island stops. Tavi leans out of the house. Was that slow enough? Mela lowers her forehead against the mast. No. Sen sits on one of the iron steps, breathing hard. You return the tuning fork to its case. I assume that technique is taught at the Royal Conservatory, Mela says. No, I thought not. The 4 of you return inside. Tavi closes the valve fully and inspects the lightning jar for cracks. Mela relights the instruments. Sen places his mother's compass beside the promised pair. The golden needle points west. Outside, the beacon shines again. One green flash leaves Aura's shelf. Far beyond the abandoned roots, a gold light answers from Loom. Mela spreads a weather chart across the table. The direct current will be too unstable by morning, she says. We leave before the storm closes it. Tavi looks at her. You are coming. I have kept this beacon burning for 17 years. Mela rolls the chart and fastens it to her belt. I would like to know who finally answered. Mela begins packing before anyone can object. She moves through the house with the speed of someone who has imagined this departure many times. Whether charts disappear into waxed tubes. Green crystals go into padded cases. She selects 3 storm jars from a shelf, each small enough to fit in one hand, and wraps them in wool. Sen stands beside the table, turning his mother's broken compass between his fingers. The golden needle continues pointing west. Tavi watches Mela pull a heavy coat from a hook. "You cannot abandon the beacon," they say. "I am not abandoning it. You just said you were leaving." Mela fastens the coat. There is a difference between leaving a post and following the reason it exists. If another village sends a signal, the beacon will answer automatically until its charge runs out. How long? 2 days. Tavi looks toward the shuttered windows, and after that, Mela meets their eyes. After that, either we will have found something capable of helping Aerath, or there may be no western villages left to signal. The room becomes quiet, except for the soft ticking of the weather instruments. You check the promise pair again. The golden line inside its open leaf has grown brighter. A second leaf is beginning to loosen, though the sapling's roots still refuse water. You wrap the pot in another layer of moon flax and secure it inside your specimen case. The case was designed to hold fragile plants through rough travel, but not a living witness to a forgotten promise. Still, it is the safest place you have. Sen notices you adjusting the straps. "You are bringing it." It turned toward Loom before the compass did. Mela nods. "Then it may be more useful than any map." Tavi gathers the remaining bread and dried fruit from the table. "I assume there is no ministry regulation covering the transport of extinct ceremonial trees into abandoned weather temples. There will be by next week," Mela says. They look at her. That was a joke. Tavi appears uncertain whether this makes it better. You leave Aura's shelf shortly before midnight. Mela locks the stone house and walks alone to the beacon tower. She places both hands against the green crystal at its center. For several breaths, nothing happens. Then light spreads beneath her palms. The beacon sends one long pulse across the clouds. Far to the west, the golden answer appears. Mela lowers her hands. The green crystal continues shining without her. No one from the hanging village comes to see you leave, though curtains shift behind several windows as you cross the suspended walkways. The residents of Aura's shelf have survived by remaining quiet, conserving warmth, and trusting little that arrives from the capital. Perhaps they have learned not to gather for departures. The ferry waits at the outer platform. Its glass wings are wet with rain, and the dandelion's sail trembles beneath the current. Mela inspects the hull before boarding. This vessel should not carry 4 adults through the Western Passage. It carried 3 adults and a child beneath a falling village, Tavi says. That was not a recommendation. Sen stores the supplies beneath the center bench. There is another ferry. Mela looks toward a lower platform. A larger vessel rests there beneath a collapsed shelter. Its wings are blackened, and vines have grown through the hull. No, then this one will do. That is the kind of confidence that gets written on memorial stones. Sen unties the mooring rope. Mela steps aboard. I suppose I should prevent you from steering. The ferry leaves Aura's shelf under both their hands. Sen controls the sail, while Mela watches the currents through a ring of green glass held before one eye. Every few minutes, she directs him higher or lower, avoiding streams of charged mist that look harmless until lightning reveals their edges. Tavi sits beside you, beneath the canvas cover. The island falls away behind the ferry. Its vertical orchard becomes a dark wall against the clouds. The green beacon shrinks until it is little more than a star. Then the western current takes you. The ferry surges forward. Wind flattens your coat against your body. The glass wings emit a low, rising hum as they bend beneath the pressure. Sen leans over the steering bar, while Mela adjusts the sail's outer ribs. Clouds close around the hull. The world beyond the ferry disappears. You can no longer see the beacon behind you or the golden signal ahead. Moisture gathers on your face and runs down your collar. The air tastes faintly metallic. Do not touch the wings, Mela calls. Tavi withdraws one hand from the side. I was not going to. You were considering it. I was considering holding onto the ferry. Hold the rope. Tavi grips the rope, running beneath the bench. You look into the open specimen case. The promise pear's leaf still glows. Its light strengthens whenever the ferry turns too far north and dims when Mela corrects the course westward. You point this out to her. She studies the sapling through the green glass. It is following the deep current. What is that, you ask? The root beneath the root. Tavi looks up. That sounds deliberately unclear. Mela lowers the glass ring. Surface currents change with wind, storms, and the movement of islands. Deep currents flow between old roots. Most ferries cannot sense them, but the promise pear can, you say. If it grew near the weather temples, its roots may remember their water. The thought stays with you as the ferry continues through the cloud. A plant can remember conditions it has never personally experienced. Seeds carry instructions shaped by generations of rain, drought, soil, predators, and light. The promise pear may be young, but the pattern within it is ancient. Perhaps the first orchard's refusal is another form of memory. The cloud thins near dawn. You emerge above a quiet expanse of sky. The storm has not reached this far west. Pale light spreads along the horizon, revealing a series of small islands arranged in a broken curve. Every island is covered in ruins. Stone terraces rise around empty orchards. Roofless buildings stand between rows of gray trees. Windmills with wooden blades remain motionless despite the flowing air. Several upward rivers have hardened into translucent pillars, frozen in the act of climbing toward reservoirs that no longer exist. Tavi rises slowly. How many people lived here? Thousands, Mela says. What happened to them? They moved inward. All of them. Those who could afford passage. The ferry glides beneath a ruined village. Faded signs hang above the empty streets. A row of ceramic bowls rests along one wall, placed beneath water spouts that have been dry for years. Vines cover a public notice board. You can still see the outline of words beneath them. Water redistribution, temporary. Sen sees it too. He does not speak. The promise, Pear's second leaf opens. Its golden vein points toward the final island in the chain. Loom rises ahead. It is larger than the surrounding ruins, though much of it has broken apart. 3 stone sections float separately, held together by thick roots and old bridges. A weather temple stands upon the highest section. The temple is not a tower, as the golden leaf suggested. It is a ring. 7 curved pillars rise around a central opening, their tops leaning inward without touching. Clouds move through the space between them. Copper channels run down the pillars and vanish beneath the island. The golden signal shines from the center. One pulse, then darkness. One pulse, then darkness. Sen lifts the broken compass. The needle points directly at the temple. Mela circles the island once before approaching. Landing platforms are gone, she says. There, you reply. You point toward a lower terrace where a broad branch extends from the rock. It belongs to a dead tree, yet the wood appears strong enough to support the ferry. Sen guides the vessel toward it. As you draw closer, you notice narrow cuts along the branch. They are too evenly spaced to be natural. Someone has used it as a dock. The ferry settles against the wood. Mela throws a rope around one of the thicker limbs and pulls twice to test it. The branch holds. Recent markings, she says, examining the cuts. Less than a year. Tavi looks toward the silent ruins. Someone has been here. Sen is already climbing out. The island feels different beneath your boots. Valen moved gently with the sky. Aura's shelf trembled in the storm. Loom is almost perfectly still. You kneel and place your palm against the cloud soil. It is cold, not merely dry or depleted. Cold in the way soil becomes cold when nothing moves beneath it. You unfold the tuning fork and strike it lightly. The note travels into the ground. No root pulse answers. You try again. Nothing. The island is dead, Tavi says. The surface roots are, you reply. You look toward the temple, but the signal has power. A narrow path climbs from the terrace. Moss covers the paving stones, though someone has cleared a passage through it. The cleared strip is recent enough that cut leaves remain green along the edges. Mela draws her hooked staff. Sen takes a pruning knife from his basket. Tavi looks at the modest blade. Do you expect to frighten anyone with that? No. Then why are you holding it? It is useful for vines. You take the promise pear from the case and carry it against your chest. The sapling leans toward the temple. The four of you follow the cleared path. Loom's abandoned settlement begins beyond the first rise. The buildings are low and circular, their roofs shaped to catch rain from every direction. Most doors stand open. Furniture remains inside, as though the residents expected to return after a short absence. In one courtyard, stone tables are set with weathered cups. In another, orchard tools hang neatly from a wall. You stop before a nursery built into the side of a root. Rows of clay pots sit beneath a collapsed glass roof. Every plant has long since turned to dust, but labels remain tied to the pots. You recognize the names of varieties your conservatory considers extinct: sunmilk fig, lantern quince, blue marrow vine. A row at the back is labeled promise pear. Every pot is empty. Sen enters the nursery. He lifts one of the labels and brushes soil from the writing. My mother came here for these. She believed the lost varieties could prove the western orchards were once central to Aerath, Mela says. Did she collect them? I do not know. You carry the sapling toward the row. Its leaves begin to shake. The cloud soil inside the nearest pot shifts. A single white root rises from the dust. It is thin as a thread, but alive. You crouch. The root turns toward the promise pear and touches the side of its pot. Golden light spreads through it. Across the nursery, the other empty pots tremble. Roots emerge from several of them. Some are no more than dry fibers with a living tip. Others form tiny knots beneath the dust. The plants are not gone. They have been waiting underground. Sen lowers himself beside you. Can they be restored? Perhaps. How? You look around at the dead nursery. Water will not be enough. They have withdrawn into dormancy beyond any natural limit. Something is preventing them from returning. Tavi remains near the entrance, watching the path. The same refusal, or the same condition. Mela studies the golden veins spreading through the promise pear's leaves. The witness has returned, she says. A bell rings from the temple. One clear note passes over the island. The golden signal flares between the 7 pillars. Sen rises. The nursery roots withdraw into the soil as soon as you carry the sapling away. You continue uphill. The path enters a grove of petrified trees. Their bark has turned to gray stone, but their branches still carry glass fruit. Light passes through the fruit and breaks into faded colors on the ground. At the center of the grove, you find the first fresh footprint. It is human. The print leads toward the temple. A second appears beside it. Then several more. Some are large, some small. They overlap in both directions. Tavi crouches to examine them. This is not one traveler. No, Mela says. It is a settlement where a panel of stone shifts between 2 petrified trunks. An arrow flies from the opening. It strikes the ground beside Sen's foot. He stops. Figures emerge from hidden doorways throughout the grove. There are at least 12. They wear cloaks made from gray orchard cloth and carry short bows carved from rootwood. Some are old. Others appear younger than you. A girl near the front holds a staff tipped with a golden seed pod. Their clothing bears no royal seal. The woman beside her aims another arrow at Mela. Put down the storm hook. Mela places her staff on the ground. Sen lowers the pruning knife. Tavi raises both hands. We are not here to cause harm. The girl looks at their green ministry coat. You arrived wearing harm. Tavi glances down at the crooked buttons, as though they have only just remembered the coat. I am an assistant keeper. I manage scholars and festival schedules. Then schedule your departure. The promise pear shifts in your arms. Its leaves turn toward the girl's staff. A small golden blossom opens at the tip of the seed pod. Every bow lowers slightly. The girl stares at the sapling. Where did you get that? A village east of Aura's shelf, you say. Their nursery was falling. Who grew it? A child. She steps closer. The golden blossom on her staff opens wider. You brought a living promise pear into Loom. Yes. Why? Because it wanted to come. Her eyes narrow. Plants do not want. You almost repeat what you told Tavi. Plants refuse things for reasons. Instead, you hold the sapling out far enough for her to see the golden veins. This one turned west before we knew where Loom was. The girl looks toward an older man behind her. He lowers his bow completely. Take them to the hollow, he says. The hidden settlement lies beneath the petrified grove. Stone panels open into stairways carved through the island's inner roots. Warm air rises from below, carrying the scent of wood smoke, mushrooms, and fresh bread. The people of Loom guide you downward. Their underground village fills a vast chamber where ancient roots form walls, ceilings, bridges, and rooms. Lantern fungi grow in pale clusters along the wood. Water trickles through narrow channels cut into the floor. Unlike the cold surface, the hollow is alive with movement. Children carry baskets between terraced gardens. Adults repair nets and glass instruments. Small trees grow in round beds beneath shafts of light descending from the surface. None of the trees bear fruit. Several people stop working when they see the promised pear. Whispers travel ahead of you. The girl with the seed pod staff leads you to a broad chamber beneath the center of the temple. 7 root columns rise around a shallow pool. The water inside is perfectly still. A long table stands near the pool. Maps, metal plates, seed jars, and pieces of written bark cover its surface. At the far end sits a woman with silver hair. Zen stops walking. You know before he speaks. Mother. The woman looks up. Her face is thin, and one side of her body rests heavily against the chair. But her eyes are alert. For a long moment, neither of them moves. Then Yara Vale places both hands against the table and rises. She takes one step. Sen crosses the room. He reaches her before she can take another. Yara grips the front of his patched gardener's robe, as though she must confirm the cloth is real. Sen holds her shoulders, then wraps both arms around her. No one in the chamber speaks. 17 years are too large to pass through words all at once. Yara presses her face against his hair. You grew taller, she says. Sen gives a sound that is almost a laugh and almost something else. You said you would return. I tried. You stopped signaling. The temple stopped answering. You could have sent a ferry. We had no wings left. He steps back far enough to look at her. You were alive. So were you. Mela turns away, giving them what privacy the crowded chamber allows. Tavi removes the ministry coat. They fold it over one arm. The girl notices, but says nothing. Yara's gaze shifts beyond Sen and settles on the promised pair. Her expression changes from joy to disbelief. You found one. It found us, you say. Sen wipes one hand across his face and gestures toward you. This is the apprentice botanist from the Southern Conservatory. Yara looks at the specimen case, the moonflax wrapping, and the silver vapor needle still clipped to your sleeve. Apprentice. Yes. Good. Experts spend too much time protecting their conclusions. She sits again and motions for you to bring the sapling closer. You place it on the table. Yara examines the golden veins, then presses one finger lightly into the cloud soil. It has stopped drinking. The first orchard has too. Her eyes lift sharply. The bloom failed. Yes. A murmur moves through the loom villagers. Yara closes her eyes. When? Last night, Tavi says. Valen left its route soon afterward, and the outer islands, losing fruit, soil, and lift. Yara looks toward the still pool between the root columns. The covenant has entered refusal. Sen sits beside her. We found marked petals. The tree sent a leaf showing this temple. It sent them before, Yara says. Long ago. She opens one of the wooden cases on the table. Inside are hundreds of golden petals pressed between sheets of cloud paper. Every petal bears the same symbols. The bowl, the 3 seeds, the hooked branch. You remove the petal from your satchel and place it beside them. The markings align. They are copies of the original promise, Yara says. The first orchard has been sending them into the roots for centuries. Why did no one see them, you ask? Some did. Most petals dissolved before reaching the irrigation channels. Those that survived were classified as harmless growth. Tavi lowers their gaze. The ministry report used that exact language. Language is useful, Yara replies. It can make a warning sound like weather. Mela approaches the table. Tell them what you found in the temple. Yara looks toward the 7 root columns. The covenant was not a single agreement between Aerath's rulers and the first orchard. It was a network of promises between every region, every major orchard, and the communities that tended them. She points to the 3-seed symbol, the measure required harvests to circulate. Fruit moved inward during scarcity. Seed and water moved outward during abundance. No region could be stripped to enrich another without damaging the whole. And the first orchard enforced the balance, you ask. It sustained it. The weather temples recorded the exchange through root water. Promise pears responded when the measure was kept. Zen touches the pressed petals. What happened when the ministry diverted the western channels? The records broke. Then why did the first orchard continue blooming? Because the western communities kept their portion of the covenant, even after the capital abandoned its own. Tavi looks around the hollow. These people have been preserving the orchards. As much as we could, says the girl with the seed pod staff. Yara gestures toward her. This is Nima, keeper of the loom nursery. Nima's posture remains guarded. We returned seed to dead soil, she says. We shared every harvest. We repaired channels the ministry maps declared empty. The first orchard continued to receive our measure through the deep roots. Until now, you say. Nima looks toward the promised pair. Until the last deep channel closed. Yara takes a metal plate from the table. 7 grooves are etched across it. 6 end in broken lines. Only the western groove remains complete. The other regions stopped returning their measure generations ago, she says. They replaced diverse orchards with high-yield trees. They sent fruit toward Valen and waste toward the outer currents. The first orchard compensated by drawing from old reserves. But those reserves are gone, you say. Nearly. Sen looks toward the still pool. Can the covenant be restored? Yara does not answer quickly. The temple contains the original root record. If carried back to Valen, it may allow the first orchard to show the kingdom what was promised. Then we take it, Tavi says. Nima's grip tightens on her staff. It cannot be removed. Why? Because it is not an object. Yara points to the pool. The record is stored in storm memory. Thunder sounds beneath the water. You step closer. The pool remains still. Yet gray light gathers in its depths. The storm library, you say. Yara nods. The weather temples were only its outer reading rooms. The true library lies below Loom, where thunder from every region was written into living water. Sen looks toward the pool. Can we enter? We can. Yara's expression darkens. But the library has been closed since the night the western root was severed. Mela places the rolled golden leaf beside the water. The veins begin to glow. The 7 root columns answer one by one. Light travels through the chamber. The still pool breaks into concentric rings. A voice rises from beneath the water. It is not human. It sounds like thunder, heard through miles of root and rain. The witness has returned. The promised pair opens its first golden flower. Every lantern fungus in the hollow goes dark. The sudden absence of light makes the chamber feel much larger. You hear people shifting around the pool. A child whispers somewhere beyond the root columns. Water continues ringing in widening circles, each ripple carrying a faint silver glow. Then the promise pair brightens. Its single golden flower casts enough light to reveal your hands around the pot, the edge of Yara's table, and the faces nearest you. The blossom is small, but its radiance reaches every corner of the chamber. The voice beneath the water speaks again. The witness has returned. The measure may be read. Thunder follows the words. It does not shake the chamber. It moves through you slowly, like the note of an enormous bell felt from a great distance. Yara grips the side of the table. Nima, she says, seal the upper passages. Nima lifts her seed pod staff. The golden blossom at its tip opens. All around the hollow, roots slide across doorways and stairwells, closing the passages leading toward the surface. Tavi looks toward the sealed entrance. Why are we being locked in? Because the library is waking, Yara says. That does not answer the question. It is the answer. The water in the pool rises without spilling over its stone rim. It forms a smooth column, clear enough to see the chamber through it. Threads of gray light twist inside, gathering into shapes that appear and vanish too quickly to understand. A farmhouse roof, a hand scattering seed, a ferry crossing beneath a storm, a child holding a bowl. The images dissolve into rain. Yara reaches toward you. Bring the witness to the pool. You lift the promise pair. The sapling leans toward the water, its golden flower trembling. Its roots push against the cloud soil, not trying to escape the pot, but reaching downward toward something beneath the chamber. You stop at the pool's edge. Cold air rises from the water. What will happen, you ask? The tree will open the path, Yara says. And then we enter. Tavi looks at the column of stormwater. Enter where? The record. Mela removes one of the small storm jars from her coat and checks the copper seal. The library does not have rooms in the usual sense. That explanation has somehow made this worse. Zen steps beside you. His attention is divided between the pool and Yara. Even after finding her alive, he has not had time to ask the questions held through 17 years. The urgency of Aerath has carried both of them forward before either could decide what reunion means. Yara notices him watching. The library preserves experience, she tells him, not merely words. You entered before, once, alone, with Nima's father. Nima lowers her staff. He did not return, she says. The statement is quiet and without accusation, though everyone in the chamber hears it. Zen looks toward her. Yara's hand tightens around the table again. The western channel collapsed while we were inside. He held the passage open long enough for me to escape. Nima's face remained still. He knew the risk. That does not reduce what was lost. No, the water column bends toward the promised pair, a thin stream reaches across the space between you and touches the golden flower. The blossom closes. For a moment, darkness returns. Then the pool opens. The water does not part in the way of a doorway. It deepens. The bottom of the shallow basin falls away until it contains a night sky filled with clouds and distant lightning. A path of pale roots appears beneath the surface. It descends into the darkness. The witness chooses who may read, Yara says. The promise pear's flower opens once more. Golden light falls across you, Sen, Mela, Tavi, Nima, and Yara. No one else is touched. Yara exhales slowly. Sixo. Nima looks around the chamber. The last reading accepted too. The covenant had fewer voices then, Yara replies. Tavi removes the folded ministry coat from their arm and places it on the table. Will we return to this chamber? If the path remains open, that is not a comforting condition. Mela hands them one of the storm jars. Carry this. Tavi accepts it. What does it do? It holds a familiar piece of weather. If the memory tries to scatter you, open the jar. How will I know if I am being scattered? You will forget why you came. Tavi studies the copper seal. I am beginning to understand why the ministry removed this from the public tour. You secure the promise pear inside your specimen case, but leave the lid fully open. The golden flower rises above the edge. Yara steps toward the pool. Her left leg moves stiffly, and Sen offers his arm. She hesitates only a moment before taking it. Nima goes first. She places one foot upon the surface. The water holds. A pale root rises beneath her boot, solid as a bridge. She walks into the pool and descends below the stone rim. Water closes around her without wetting her clothes. Mela follows. Then Tavi. You step onto the root path with the specimen case held against your chest. Cold passes over your skin. The hollow vanishes. You are standing beneath a sky filled with rain. There is no visible ground beyond the pale root under your feet. Storm clouds surround the path in every direction, illuminated from within by distant flashes. The air smells of wet stone, ripe fruit, and smoke from cooking fires. Nima waits ahead. Tavi stands near her, staring at their own hands. Water droplets hover around their fingers, but do not fall. This is a memory, they ask. One layer of one, Yara says behind you. She enters with Sen. The pool closes overhead, becoming a circle of golden light far above. The path begins to grow. Roots extend into the storm, branching into 7 directions. Along each branch, images appear inside the rain. You see people climbing rope ladders from the world below. Their clothing is patched, their possessions tied to their backs. They emerge onto rough floating islands covered in wild orchards. No city stands beneath the first orchard. No bridges cross the sky. The ancient tree rises alone from a broad island, its branches covered in white blossoms. The arriving settlers do not approach at once. camp near the edge and survive upon supplies carried from below. Days pass around you in moments. You see their food diminish. A storm tears away one of their shelters. Several people become ill. Then fruit begins falling from the first orchard. Golden pears land at the edge of the camp. The settlers gather them carefully. A woman places the first fruit into a wooden bowl and carries it toward the tree. She sets the bowl beside one of the roots rather than eating. 3 children follow her. Each carries a seed. The images blur and reform. The settlers are building homes now. They cultivate wild orchards without cutting down the oldest trees. Water rises from the roots. Ferries made from cloud reed drift between young villages. A voice moves through the storm. It belongs to many people, speaking across different years. What is received must move. Another voice answers. What is taken must return. A third follows. What is grown must not belong only to those nearest the branch. The promise pear in your case trembles. Its flower releases a single petal. The petal does not fall. It joins the rain and becomes part of the memory. You watch harvest baskets being divided. Some fruit remains with the growers. Some is loaded onto ferries bound for distant islands. Seeds, compost, clean water, and grafting wood are carried back toward damaged orchards. The exchange is not exact. One region sends more during a drought. Another receives more after a fire. The balance changes from year to year, guided by need. At the center of every gathering stands a bowl marked with 3 seeds. The gardener's measure, you say. Yara nods. This is the first layer, the promise as it was practiced. The root path carries you forward. Centuries pass within the rain. Villages expand. Bridges appear. The first orchard grows around the rising city of Valen. The bowls become carved stone monuments, then decorative symbols, then small marks placed upon official harvest records. You see ministers measuring fruit with brass scales. Farmers stand in lines while clerks record yields. New orchard varieties grow in straight rows, each designed to produce faster and more reliably than the older trees. A royal official points toward the western region on a map. Root water shifts inward. At first, only a narrow stream is redirected. The official marks the order temporary. Another drought follows years later. More water is taken. The western orchards weaken. Their promised pears bloom less often. One by one, the 7 root paths beneath you begin to darken. Tavi watches the memories in silence. You see ministry buildings erected around the first orchard. Gardeners bring reports describing thin soil and disappearing fruit varieties. The reports are stacked beneath proposals for larger harvest festivals and expanded ferry docks. A minister seals the reports in a cabinet. Tavi turns away. That office no longer exists, they say. No, Mela replies. Its procedures do. The path shakes. Thunder breaks across the sky. The memories surrounding you change. You see Yara years younger, standing in the first orchard's lower chamber. She holds a golden petal beneath a lamp. Beside her, a boy with Sen's quiet eyes watches from a doorway. Sen stops. The memory does not see him. Young Sen runs into the chamber, carrying a basket of wind-fallen apples. Yara hides the petal beneath a cloth. "You should be at your lessons," she tells him. "The teacher said root science is not a proper subject." The teacher is wrong. He said I should learn a useful trade, then become a gardener. Everyone ignores gardeners until the food disappears. The remembered boy smiles. The Sen beside you does not. The scene dissolves. Another replaces it. Yara argues before a ministry council. Pressed petals cover the table. Mela stands near the rear wall, younger and without the lightning scar. You cannot treat a living warning as an accounting irregularity, Yara says. A minister folds his hands. The first orchard continues blooming because the Western communities continue sustaining the deep channels. Then the system remains functional. It remains functional because the people receiving the least are giving the most. The minister looks toward an assistant. Remove that sentence from the record. Tavi's face tightens. Who was he? Yara continues walking. Keeper Orden. I have seen his name on the Western closure orders. He became High Minister of Harvest. What happened to him? He died praised for increasing Aerath's prosperity. The storm around the path darkens. You reach a place where the western route is the only branch still glowing. Figures travel along it. Yara, Mela, a broad-shouldered man you understand, must be Nima's father. Several other gardeners and weather readers. They carry seed cases and tools toward loom. The memory follows them into the weather temple. You see the storm library open as it does now. You see Yara reading the covenant while Mela remains on Aura's shelf to maintain the root beacon. Then warning bells ring. Far away, ministry workers sever the western anchor lines. The route path beneath Yara breaks. Water floods the memory. Nima's father braces himself between two splitting roots and holds them together while the others escape. He looks toward the young Nima standing in the temple doorway. Keep the nursery alive, he tells her. The storm closes over him. Nima lowers her head. The seed pod blossom on her staff folds shut. Yara reaches toward her, but Nima steps away. I know what happened, Nima says. Knowing is not the same as seeing, Yara replies. No, they continue. The path narrows until all 6 of you must walk close together. The storm presses inward, filled with broken voices from centuries of records. Harvest totals, evacuation requests, orders to abandon islands, festival hymns, children reciting the gardener's measure without knowing its meaning. The noise grows so dense that you can no longer distinguish one memory from another. The promise pair's light begins to flicker. You look down. Its leaves are closing. The cloud soil has pulled away from the sides of the pot. The roots are curling tightly around themselves. It is weakening, you say. Yara turns. The witness must remain open. It has not taken water since the village. Can you make it drink? No, forcing the roots would damage them. The path shifts beneath you. The storm voices become louder. Tavi stumbles. Mela catches their arm. Open the jar, she says. Tavi looks at the copper vessel in their hand. For a moment, confusion crosses their face. Why? Mela grips their shoulder. Because you are forgetting. Forgetting what? Why you came. Tavi looks around at the storm. Their eyes settle on the floating images of ministry seals and abandoned western villages. I came to manage a visiting scholar. That was yesterday. The root beneath Tavi's feet begins to fade. Mela takes their hand and places it over the storm jar seal. Open it. Tavi twists the copper cap. A soft wind escapes. It smells of citrus tea and green fire. The familiar air from Mela's house spreads around you. The roar of the library recedes. Tavi inhales sharply. Their expression clears. I came because the first orchard refused to bloom. The root beneath them brightens again. The promised pear continues fading. You kneel on the narrow path and remove the moonflax wrapping. The cloth is still moist. Water exists all around the roots, yet the plant will not accept it. Give it soil, Nima says. It has soil. Not this soil. She reaches into a pouch at her belt and removes a handful of dark earth. Unlike Aerath's pale cloud soil, it is nearly black. Where is that from, you ask? Loom's lowest root bed. We have been making it for 17 years. You touch it between your fingers. The soil contains decayed bark, crushed mineral, fungal threads, and fragments of old seed husks. It is rich, carefully restored material. Yet you hesitate. The sapling's current soil came from the rescued village. Removing it would mean severing the roots from the conditions that shaped them. You think of the covenant. Prosperity was never meant to flow in only one direction. Do not replace the soil, you say. Add it. Nima understands. She places the dark soil into your palm. You loosen the edge of the cloud soil without disturbing the root ball. Nima adds a narrow ring of loam earth around it. Sen pours a small amount of water from his flask across the boundary where the two soils meet. Nothing happens. The storm closes nearer. Then the promised pair extends one white root. It crosses from the pale cloud soil into the dark earth. The root absorbs a single drop. The golden flower opens. Light floods the path. All 7 root branches appear beneath you, stretching through the library. 6 remain broken, but their ends are visible now. They do not lead only toward orchards. They lead toward communities, villages, ferry routes, reservoirs, nurseries, markets. The covenant was never contained inside the trees alone. It existed in the movement between them. The voice of the library returns. The witness drinks from shared ground. The storm parts. Ahead stands an enormous door formed from interwoven roots. 7 circular hollows are carved into its surface. 6 are empty. The western hollow contains a living golden seed. Yara approaches. The central record. Tavi studies the empty spaces. The other 6 regions must place something here. Yes. What? Their measure. That could mean anything. It must, Yara says. The covenant was never a fixed tax. Each region must understand what it has taken and choose what it will return. Sen looks at the golden seed. Can we bring the record to Valen? The library cannot be carried. Then how does the first orchard see it? Yara points toward the promised pair. The witness can open the memory within the root network. You lift the pot. The sapling's golden flower turns toward the door, but the roots do not move. It is too young, you say. What do you mean? It can carry the pattern, but not across the whole kingdom. Its vascular channels are barely formed. Nima's shoulders sink. Then we have come for nothing. No. You examine the living seed set into the western hollow. It is connected to fine roots running through the door. The pattern resembles a graft junction. This record was designed to join with a tree. Yara looks toward you. The promised pair is the witness. A witness does not have to carry the entire memory. It only has to confirm it. You take the viewing lens from your coat and examine the door. Beneath the bark, golden sap circulates around all 7 hollows. Most channels are dormant, but they remain connected. The first orchard's roots reach loom through the deep current, you say. The channel is closed, not gone. Mela steps beside you. The temple signal traveled to Valen. Exactly. Zen understands first. The witness opens the western record here. The first orchard carries it through its own roots. If we reopen the channel, you say. Yara looks toward the storm below the path. That channel collapsed 17 years ago. Not completely. The golden signal answered. The first orchard sent a leaf here. Something still connects them. The door shutters. A crack opens beneath the golden seed. Water begins leaking through. Nima looks toward the path behind you. The library is closing. The circle of light leading back to the hollow has grown small and distant. The storm voices rise again. Yara places her palm against the western hollow. The channel can be reopened from the lower archive, but the controls lie beyond this door. How do we open it? Tavi asks. The 6 empty measures must be filled. We do not have 6 regions. No. Water spreads across the root path. The promise pear's flower dips beneath the rising current. You lift the pot higher. Sen examines the empty hollows. Could one region fill more than its own? That would repeat the failure, Yara says. The West cannot sustain the whole kingdom again. The door trembles under another impact. A deep roar sounds beyond it. The storm gathering beneath Aerath has reached the library. Tavi steps toward the first empty hollow. They remove the brass ministry seal from their coat pocket. This represents Valen. Nima's expression hardens. It represents the people who closed our route. Yes, Tavi looks at the seal. I used it to enter offices, approve schedules, and send visiting scholars where they were permitted to look. They press the seal into the hollow. I cannot promise for all of Valen. I can promise that its records will no longer hide what was taken. The hollow closes around the brass. Golden veins spread across its rim. One measure has been accepted. Mela approaches the next. She removes the green crystal ring, used to read weather currents. Aura's shelf kept the last western beacon. It also watched other islands drift without enough power to reach them. She places the ring into the door. I return the weather we saved, only for ourselves. The second hollow glows. Nima looks toward Yara. This is not the covenant, she says. These are 6 travelers making promises in a storm. Yara's expression softens. That is how the first covenant began. Nima grips her seed pod staff. The golden blossom at its tip was carried by her father into the old nursery. It is one of the few living relics Loom has preserved. She breaks the blossom from the staff. Pain passes across her face as she places it into the third hollow. Loom returns the seed it kept because it feared nothing else would survive. The door accepts it. Zen removes his patched gardener's sash. I have spent years tending the first orchard, while knowing it was being asked to sustain too much. He folds the sash and presses it into the fourth hollow. I return obedience without understanding. Golden light travels through the cloth. Yara stands before the fifth hollow. She opens the wooden box containing the broken compass. I kept the truth here because I believed returning without proof would accomplish nothing. She places the compass into the door. I return the years. I allowed silence to become another wall. The fifth measure shines. One empty hollow remains. Everyone looks toward you. You carry no authority over a region. You have arrived from a conservatory beyond Aerath. Your role is to observe, classify, preserve, and report. You cannot promise the kingdom's water, harvest, or law. The stormwater reaches your ankles. The door begins sinking into darkness. You look at the specimen case hanging from your shoulder. Inside are empty envelopes intended for fallen petals. Measuring needles, a tuning fork, moon flax, tools designed to take small truths from living things without harming them. Then you remember the nursery on the surface, rows of extinct plants waiting as roots beneath the dust. You remove your royal letter of introduction from the inner pocket of your coat. The seal remains unbroken. It names you as an approved observer of the festival of first bloom. It grants access to terraces, archives, and ceremonial gardens, but no authority to interfere. You place it into the final hollow. I was sent to observe what Aerath displayed. The root door closes around the letter. I return the distance between studying a living thing and accepting responsibility for what happens to it. For one uncertain moment, nothing changes. Then the royal seal on the letter dissolves. The final hollow fills with golden light. All 7 circles are complete. The western seed opens. Roots spread across the door, joining every measure to the central pattern. The objects you placed within become part of the living wood, their shapes still visible beneath translucent bark. The promise pear releases a shower of golden petals. The door opens inward. Beyond it lies the heart of the storm library. A vast chamber stretches beneath the roots of loom. Thousands of thunderheads float in darkness, each bound by fine silver lines of written light. Rain rises from a black lake and enters the clouds. Every drop carries an image. At the center, a single root extends across the water. It is broken. One end descends from loom. The other disappears eastward, toward the first orchard. Between them lies a gap filled with storm. Yara looks at the broken channel. There is the path home. Lightning gathers inside the gap. The 2 ends of the root begin pulling farther apart. The eastern end twists within the storm, dragged by currents moving beneath the black lake. Splinters peel from its surface and vanish into the darkness. The western end strains against the roots of loom, cracking the stone behind you. If the gap widens much more, there will be nothing left to reconnect. Yara moves toward the edge of the lake. Once the channel breaks beyond the last living fibers, the first orchard will lose the western record completely. Zen looks across the storm-filled space. Can the temple extend its side? Not without water from the eastern current. And the first orchard, it cannot reach us while it is refusing circulation. Tavi steps beside the open root door. The 7 measures embedded in its surface continue shining, but the light is already beginning to dim. How long will the door remain open? Yara watches the storm. Long enough for the library to judge whether our promises have meaning. That sounds less like a measurement and more like a threat. The library was created by gardeners and weather readers. Both understand that promises without consequence are decoration. Lightning spreads across the gap. For an instant, you see what lies beneath it. Thousands of thin root fibers reach from one broken end toward the other. They stretch through the storm, but fail to meet, each one curling back when lightning strikes. The channel is not dead. It is attempting to heal. You lift the viewing lens and turn the lowest glass into place. The storm changes. Ordinary clouds become translucent layers of moving energy. Silver lines carry preserved memories between them. Darker currents circle the broken root, drawing warmth and moisture away from every new fiber. Something within the library is preventing the channel from closing. Those currents, you say, are they part of the storm? Mela raises her green weather ring and looks through it. No, what are they? She rotates the ring. Discharge channels. The library is releasing pressure into the break. Why? Because the eastern network is overloaded. Yara's eyes remain on the distant route. The first orchard has been carrying the memory of 6 regions without receiving their measure. Every warning, failed harvest, diverted river, and dying orchard has continued entering the roots. Tavi looks toward the thunderheads, filling the chamber. All of that is stored here. Not here alone, throughout the network. You watch the dark currents tear another forming fiber apart. The channel cannot heal because the accumulated storm is using the gap as an escape. Sen rests one hand on the strap of his gardener's basket. Then we redirect it. Mela lowers the weather ring. Into what? The storm jar at Tavi's belt gives a soft metallic click. You look toward it. Mela follows your gaze. No, she says. You used the jars to hold familiar weather. A breath of it, a room's warmth, a small current. How much can they contain? The 3 together might hold one thunder memory. The chamber contains thousands. Tavi touches the jar. Could they guide the discharge rather than hold it? Mela studies the rotating clouds. Possibly. If the jars were placed along a new route, the storm might follow the familiar pressure from one to the next. Like stepping stones, you say. Stepping stones that may explode. Sen removes the remaining jars from Mela's pack. What lies beyond the far route? The eastern deep channel, Yara says. If someone reaches it and opens the old control, the first orchard may feel the western record again. Nima looks at the storm between the roots. No bridge reaches across. Sen points toward the silver lines linking the thunderheads. Those do. The lines are narrow as thread. They stretch from cloud to cloud, carrying written light through the chamber. Some pass over the black lake and continue into the gap. They are memory bindings, Yara says. They were not made to carry weight. Neither was my ferry, Tavi replies. That has not stopped anyone tonight. You examine the nearest silver line through the lens. It is not a rope. It is a stream of charged water held in a fixed shape, its surface covered in tiny symbols. Yet, where several bindings cross, they weave into a broader band. A path may be possible if the lines can be drawn together. The promised pair opened the record, you say. Could it shape the bindings? Nima looks at the sapling. The witness only confirms what the library already holds. Roots follow water, pressure, and chemical signals. These lines are carrying all 3. You remove the sapling from the specimen case. Its flower faces the storm, scattering golden light across the silver threads. Several bindings shift. They bend toward the blossom. You move the pot slowly to one side. The lines follow. Yara approaches you. You believe the tree can gather them. Not alone. You look at Nima's seed pod staff, now bare where its blossom was placed into the root door. What did the staff do in the nursery? It encouraged dormant roots to follow a chosen path. can it guide the promised pair without the seed blossom, only for a short distance. A short distance may be enough. Nima places both hands around the staff and holds its tip above the sapling. You take the ironwood tuning fork from your coat. Sen watches the storm jars in his hands. What do you need from us? Place the first jar beside the western root. Open it only enough to release a steady current, and the others, one at the center, one near the eastern side. Tavi looks into the gap. Someone still has to carry them there. You study the memory bindings again. If Nima gathers the lines, they may form a path. May, Tavi asks, you have objected to every dangerous thing we have done, and you are still here. That is because no one listens. Then continue objecting while you carry the second jar. Tavi blinks. Sen's quiet laugh is unmistakable this time. Mela takes the third jar. I will reach the eastern root. Yara turns toward her. The discharge will be strongest there. You cannot climb it with your leg. I was going to suggest Sen. No, Yara says. Sen meets her eyes. You do not decide which risks I take because you returned today, and you do not take them because I did. The old hurt between them rises quickly, sharpened by fear. You strike the tuning fork. The clear note interrupts them. The promise pairs, flower opens wider. Silver bindings draw toward the sapling and begin weaving together above the lake. We can argue after the root is joined, you say. Mela gives Sen the eastern storm jar. You know how to open the control. Yara points toward the far end of the channel. There will be 7 copper roots surrounding a central valve. Turn only the western root. The others may flood the library. Only the western root, Sen repeats. Tavi takes the second jar reluctantly. Where exactly is the center? Mela looks at the storm gap. You will know. Tavi closes their eyes. Of course. Nima raises the seed pod staff. You strike the tuning fork again, matching the slow pulse you heard beneath the first orchard. The silver lines respond. One by one, they move toward the golden flower. They cross, twist, and settle into a band no wider than your foot. Written light flows beneath its surface. The path extends from the western root into the storm. It reaches only a short distance before thinning. Now you tell Mela. She kneels beside the western root and places the first storm jar between 2 living fibers. When she loosens the copper seal, a warm current carrying the scent of citrus and green fire spills into the chamber. The dark discharge currents turn. They move toward the jar. For a few breaths, pressure eases around the broken root. New fibers stretch into the gap. Nima guides the staff forward. You carry the promised pair onto the woven bindings. The path bends under your weight, but holds. Cold stormlight rises from below. The black lake reflects no image of you, only scenes from Aerath's past flashing beneath the surface. Sen follows with the eastern jar. Tavi steps onto the path behind him, holding the center jar against their chest. Mela remains beside the first jar, adjusting its seal. Yara stands at the root door. If the bindings begin to separate, return immediately. The path extends another step, then another. You strike the fork each time. The promise pear's flower begins to close. The pulse moves from the instrument into the sapling, then outward through the silver lines. Nima directs them from behind, drawing more bindings from the surrounding thunderheads. You reach the edge of the western route. Beyond it, the path hangs unsupported above the storm. The first discharge current strikes the woven lines. Written light flashes beneath your boots. A memory opens around you. For an instant, you are standing in the festival of first bloom generations earlier. Golden petals fill the sky. Crowds cheer while far below the capital, an outer island loses its final river. The scene passes through you and disappears. Tavi gasps behind Sen. What was that? The bindings carry memories, Yara calls from the door. Do not follow them. The path lengthens. You step forward. More memories break across the silver surface. A ministry clerk changes a water allocation from temporary to permanent. An orchard worker buries the last seed of a dying species. A family waits at an empty ferry dock after evacuation vessels stop traveling west. Each image arrives with the weight of someone's lived moment. You smell dust, ink, rain, and old cooking fires. You hear words spoken by people who never knew their voices would remain inside a storm. The promise pear begins drawing the memories into its leaves. Golden veins darken. You stop. The young tree bends beneath the pressure. It cannot carry all of this, you say. Nima holds the guiding staff steady from the western route. Then do not let it. Tell, it is a witness, not a vessel. You think of the difference. A witness does not absorb everything it sees. A witness carries enough truth to confirm what happened. You adjust the viewing lens and search the sapling's vascular channels. Dark memory light is accumulating around the central stem. You use the silver vapor needle to touch one leaf at a time, releasing the excess charge back into the bindings while preserving the golden pulse. The leaves rise again. You continue. Halfway across the gap, the woven path begins to narrow. This is the center, Mela shouts. Tavi kneels carefully and places the second jar on the bindings. Their hands shake as they turn the seal. The jar releases the stored air from Mela's house. Warmth surrounds you. The smell of tea and green fire becomes a small island of familiarity amid the storm. The discharge currents divide. Some continue toward the western jar. Others circle the center. The bindings stabilize. Tavi remains beside the jar. You should return, you say, and leave it unattended. Mela can adjust it from the western side. Mela is holding the first jar. Sen looks back. The path may collapse behind us. That is another reason someone should remain in the middle. Tavi sits on the narrow band of silver light, one hand gripping the jar. I will continue objecting from here. You move on with Sen. The eastern route seems no closer. The storm changes around you. The thunderheads rotate faster, their silver bindings pulling against the path Nima has formed. Every line gathered beneath your feet is a line taken from another memory cloud. The library is resisting alteration. A bolt of lightning strikes the path behind you. Several bindings snap. Tavi falls sideways. They catch the edge with one hand. The center jar rolls. You turn, but Sen is closer. He drops to his knees and catches Tavi's wrist as the jar slides toward the black lake. Tavi reaches with their free hand, their fingers close around the copper rim. Another binding breaks. The path twists. The promise pear's pot slips inside the specimen case. You hold it against your chest and strike the tuning fork against the silver path. The pulse travels outward. Nima drives the seed pod staff into the western route. New lines sweep from the nearest thunderheads and weave beneath Tavi. The path lifts them back. Sen pulls until Tavi is sitting upright again. You have it, he asks. Tavi grips the jar with both arms. I hate that everyone keeps asking me that. Sen waits until the center current steadies before standing. The eastern route is beginning to split. You move faster. The path now forms only moments before each step. Golden light from the promised pair gathers the bindings, while Nima's staff directs them from behind. Thunder rolls through the gap. A dark current rises from the lake and strikes the sapling. The flower folds shut. Every silver line goes slack. You fall. Sen catches the back of your harness. Your knees strike the path as it drops beneath you. The specimen case swings open, and the promised pear pot slides halfway out. Below, the black lake fills your vision. Inside its surface, you see the first orchard. The ancient tree stands bare above Valen, while storm clouds coil around its lower roots. Golden pulses continue traveling through the wood, but each one is weaker than the last. The tree is waiting for a reply. You pull the sapling back into the case. Its leaves are dark. The golden flower remains closed. Sen hold the case. He braces one arm around your waist and grips the case with the other. You remove the sapling from its pot. Cloud soil falls away in damp pieces. Its roots are tightly curled, except for one white strand extending through the ring of loom earth. The strand is searching. You look toward the eastern route. There is too much open space between them. Then you look down at the silver bindings. They are streams of memory water. You lower the white root until it touches the path. The sapling drinks. Golden light races through its stem. The flower opens with such force that petals scatter into the storm. The path surges upward. Bindings weave around your boots and continue toward the eastern route. The promise pear's white root spreads across them, not taking the memories into itself, but traveling over them. The storm voice fills the chamber. The witness crosses shared memory. The eastern route is suddenly within reach. Sen jumps. He lands upon the broken wood and catches one of the splintered branches. You follow, keeping the sapling's root in contact with the silver path. The bindings fasten around the eastern channel. Behind you, the bridge holds. Sen climbs along the route toward a circular platform, hidden within the storm. 7 copper roots surround a central valve exactly as Yara described. 6 are black with corrosion. The western one emits a faint golden glow. Sen places the 3rd storm jar beside the valve. Ready, you look back. Tavi sits at the center of the bridge. Mela tends the western jar. Nima holds the path together. Yara stands within the root doorway, one hand raised toward Sen. Open it, you say. Sen turns the western copper root. It does not move. He braces both hands against it and pulls. The metal groans. The jar beside him rattles as the discharge currents gather. You set the promise pair against the eastern root and take the pruning hook from your belt. The copper mechanism is clogged with hardened golden resin. Hold it steady. Sen continues pulling while you scrape resin from the joint. Each piece that breaks free contains tiny preserved images: fruit fairies, dry wells, festival banners, the debris of centuries packed into the valve. You clear the final ridge. The copper root turns. A roar rises from below. The eastern storm jar bursts open. Instead of releasing a familiar room or gentle current, it draws the surrounding weather inward. Lightning folds into the vessel. Thunder becomes a continuous note. The valve opens. Water explodes from the eastern root. It strikes the promise pair. The sapling's roots spread across the broken channel, carried westward by the flood. Silver bindings wrap around them. Golden fibers reach from loom. The 2 sides meet. For one breath, the connection is no thicker than thread. Then the first orchard answers. A pulse travels from the east. It enters the joined root with enough force to illuminate the entire storm library. Every thunderhead opens. Memories pour across the sky. You see the 7 regions of Aerath at once. Valen turning above the rising storm. Aura's shelf glowing beneath its green beacon. The drifting village where the rescued child holds an empty flower pot and watches the western clouds. Outer orchards folding their branches. Ferries struggling between broken roots. People gathering in squares, waiting for instructions from a ministry that has no explanation. The pulse reaches loom. The western golden seed within the root door blooms. The first orchard sees the covenant. It sees the original measure, the diverted rivers, the abandoned islands, the preserved nurseries, and every promise placed within the library door. The response comes through all 7 root channels. A single word formed from thunder, water, and living wood. Return. The storm jars shatter. The bridge convulses. Run, Mela calls. Sen pulls you away from the valve. You lift the bare root promise pear into the specimen case and hurry onto the silver path. Water surges behind you. The healed root expands, replacing the narrow bridge as it grows from both directions. Tavi abandons the broken center jar and moves toward the western side. The path beneath them dissolves. They leap onto the new route. You and Sen follow as the channel thickens beneath your feet. The storm no longer attacks the connection. It flows through it. Every preserved memory travels east toward the first orchard. The current pulls at your clothes, your tools, and the thoughts inside your head. Images pass too quickly to hold. Yara shouting before the council. Nima's father beneath the collapsing channel. Sen as a child carrying apples. Mela relighting the beacon alone. Tavi stamping a festival schedule above a buried warning. Your own arrival at Aerath. Staring through the brass lens at branches that should have held buds. The root carries all of it. You reach the western side. Nima catches the specimen case as you climb onto the loom root. Mela pulls Sen after you. Tavi crosses last. The new channel strikes the root door. Golden water fills all 7 measures. The library closes. You are thrown upward through cold darkness. Then you are lying beside the still pool in the hollow. Lantern fungi flare along the walls. People cry out and move toward you. The promise pear rests against Nima's chest, its roots bare but glowing. Its single flower has lost every petal. Yara emerges from the pool beside Sen. Mela and Tavi follow. The water collapses into the basin. For several seconds, no one speaks. Then the island moves. A deep vibration travels through the hollow. Dust falls from the root ceiling. Water begins flowing through channels that have remained dry for years. The people of Loom look down as clear root water spreads across the floor. It enters the nursery beds. Small trees lift their branches. Yara kneels beside the pool and presses her hand into the current. The deep channel is open. Sen looks toward the sealed passages leading to the surface. Then the first orchard received the record. A bell rings above Loon. Another answers from farther east. Then another. The sound travels across the abandoned route, island by island. Mela closes her eyes as the distant bells continue toward Valen. The kingdom has heard the command. Return. Tavi unfolds their discarded ministry coat from the table. The brass seal is gone, held within the library door. They do not put the coat on. What must be returned first? They ask. Yara looks toward the root water, flowing around your boots. Everything the kingdom believes it cannot afford to give back. Nima carries the promised pear to the nearest soil bed. You kneel beside her and settle its exposed roots into a mixture of pale cloud soil and Loom's dark, restored earth. The sapling drinks deeply. A new bud forms at the tip of its highest branch. Before it can open, a warning horn sounds from the surface. One long blast, too short. Mela turns toward the ceiling. That is the western storm signal. A messenger runs into the chamber from one of the upper passages. The roots are moving, he says. All of them. The islands are being pulled east. Tavi looks toward Yara. The first orchard is calling the regions back. No, Yara says. The hollow tilts beneath you. Water spills over the pool's edge. The storm is. You lift the promised pear from the soil before its pot can overturn. Far above, thunder rolls across Loon. The healed channel has restored the kingdom's memory. It has also opened a path for the storm gathering beneath Valen. And now that storm is traveling west through the roots. The water crossing the hollow darkens. Clear streams turn gray as they fill with moving shadows. Brief images flicker across their surfaces. Empty reservoirs, sealed seed vaults, fruit rotting behind market gates, while distant villages wait for ferries that never arrive. The memories are no longer contained within the library. They are moving with the storm. Mela reaches the nearest channel and lowers 2 fingers into it. A spark travels up her arm, illuminating the lightning mark beneath her skin. She pulls away. This is not weather formed by wind and heat, she says. It is pressure the root network has stored for generations. Can it be stopped? Tavi asks. Stopping it caused this. The hollow tilts again. Above you, stone grinds against ancient wood. People hurry between the root columns, lifting children onto higher walkways and tying baskets to the walls. Yara grips the table until the movement passes. The first orchard opened the western channel because it accepted our measures, she says. But the other channels remain closed. The storm has only one direction in which to travel, toward Loom, Sen says. And when it reaches us, Yara looks around the underground village. It will tear through the weakest roots first. Nima holds the promised pear while you rebuild the soil around its exposed roots. The sapling drinks greedily, yet the golden bud at its highest branch remains closed. You study the water flowing across the floor. The dark current is fast, but it does not fill every channel. Narrow golden streams still move along the edges, carrying the first orchard's steady pulse. 7 breaths. Pause. 7 breaths. Pause. The tree is still directing the water, you say. Yara turns toward you. It cannot direct what the other regions refuse to receive. Then we open the regions. Tavi glances at the stone ceiling. From beneath an abandoned island, the library sent memories through the entire root network. If the storm can travel through it, so can a message. Nima shakes her head. The weather temple only speaks through thunder. Most people no longer know how to read it. They do not need to read it, you say. They need to see what the library showed us. Yara looks toward the pool. Its water has become a spinning disk of gray light. The central record could be released into the rain. Mela follows her gaze. Across all of Aerath, if the 7 weather channels open, 6 temples are abandoned. temples were reading rooms, Yara says. The channels themselves remain beneath the inhabited islands. Tavi steps closer to the pool. Where are the controls? At the first orchard, another tremor passes through Loom. This one is stronger. A crack opens across the chamber wall, and a rush of cold wind enters from somewhere deep within the island. Lantern fungi dim as the roots around them tighten. The messenger from the surface catches Nima's arm. The southern bridge has separated. The upper orchard is turning. Nima looks toward the villagers, gathering near the sealed stairways. You have to leave, she tells Yara. We all do. No, Loom needs people who know the lower routes. The children cannot travel through this storm, and the island will split if no one tends the channels. Yara's gaze settles upon her. You should not have to remain because your father did. I am remaining because I am the nursery keeper. Nima places her bare seed pod staff on the table, and because someone must prepare the soil for what returns. Sen begins to object, but Yara raises one hand. She is right. The words cost her something. You can see it in the way she looks around the hollow, at the community that kept her alive, and the nursery she helped preserve. Mela unrolls her weather chart. The restored deep current can carry the ferry east faster than any surface route. But once the storm fully enters it, no vessel will survive. How long do we have? Tavi asks. Mela studies the gray water. Less than an hour. Tavi picks up the folded ministry coat. They look at it for several seconds before putting it on. Without the brass seal, the coat appears less official, though no less green. I need access to the capital signal tower. The ministry will not accept your authority without the seal, Yara says. Then I will have to be persuasive. Sen lifts his gardener's basket. Mela gathers the remaining weather instruments, leaving the broken storm jars behind. You secure the promised pair inside the specimen case. The mixed soil from the rescued village and Loom settles around its roots. Its leaves remain open, their golden veins pulsing with the deep current. Nima walks with you to the upper passage. Before the roots part, she touches the sapling's highest bud. Do not make it carry the kingdom, she says. I won't. People will try. I know. Her gaze rises to yours. Make them carry one another. The roots open. Wind rushes into the hollow. You climb toward the surface as bells ring throughout Loom. The island has begun breaking apart. The petrified grove leans toward the eastern sky. Glass fruit falls from the stone branches and shatters in midair. The three sections of Loom pull against their root bridges, while dark stormlight rises through the gaps. At the dead branch where the ferry is moored, the restored deep current has become visible. A river flows through open sky. It begins beneath Loom's roots and stretches eastward in a shining gray ribbon. Unlike the upward rivers near Valen, this water does not follow gravity or wind. It follows the memory of the old western channel. Sen steps into the ferry and unfolds the glass wings. Mela inspects them once. They will crack if you open them fully. Then I will not open them fully. They may also crack if you leave them folded. Tavi climbs aboard. Is there a third position? No. Wonderful. Yara pauses on the branch. Sen offers his hand. She looks at the ferry, then back toward Loom. Nima stands among the petrified trees, with the people of the hollow gathering behind her. Yara steps aboard. The mooring rope releases. The deep current takes you. The ferry shoots eastward. Loom vanishes into cloud behind you. Water rises around the hull without entering it, forming a curved tunnel that follows the old route. The glass wings remain half open, humming beneath the pressure. Gray memories move along the river walls. You see western villages as they once were, their orchards heavy with fruit. You see their residents leaving with what they could carry. You see ministry ferries passing them on their way toward richer islands. Then the memories change. They begin showing the present. Across Aerath, people are gathering beside wells, fountains, and irrigation channels. The dark water has reached them. Images rise from every basin and rain barrel. A baker in Valen watches a western child hold an empty bowl. Orchard workers on a central farming island see root water redirected beneath their own trees. Ministry clerks stand before records showing how temporary orders became permanent law. The library is already speaking. It will not be enough, Yara says over the roar of the current. Seeing a promise does not fulfill it. The river bends sharply. Sen turns the steering bar. The ferry tilts until one glass wing nearly touches the water wall. Ahead, broken anchor rings hang across the current. The river passes through them, but the ferry cannot. Mela raises the weather ring. Left opening, then down. There is no left opening, Sen says. There will be. Lightning flashes inside the river. One of the ancient rings splits. Its upper section drifts aside, leaving a narrow gap. Sen lowers the ferry. The circular sail folds against the stern. You pass through the broken ring, with only a hand's width between the glass wing and the metal edge. The hull strikes the current beyond it and spins. Tavi grips Yara with one arm and the bench with the other. Sen forces the steering bar forward. The ferry straightens. A crack spreads across the right wing. You hear it beneath the water. Sen hears it too. How far? He asks. Mela looks through the green ring. Aura S shelf is ahead. The current emerges from the cloud. The tilted island stands beside the route, its green beacon burning brighter than before. People crowd the suspended walkways. They hold bowls, seed jars, and water vessels toward the river. As you pass, the residents pour their offerings into the deep current. Dark water brightens around them. The dead orchard upon the vertical slope releases a shower of silver leaves. Mela grips the ferry's side. They understood. The beacon taught them to watch, Yara says. A smaller vessel leaves Aura's shelf and joins the current behind you. Then another. They cannot match your speed, but they carry baskets marked with the 3-seed measure. Farther east, the drifting village appears. Its broken platform remains tilted, supported by temporary lift balloons. The rescued child stands at the signal tower beside their mother. When they see the promised pair glowing inside your case, they lift the empty flower pot from the fallen nursery. The village keeper overturns a preserved water barrel into the current. Other residents add seed, dried fruit, and black compost. The deep river widens. The promised pair's closed bud swells. Tavi looks back at the growing procession of ferries. Every village that returns its measure strengthens the channel. Not as payment, you say, as circulation. The storm reaches loom behind you. Thunder enters the river. The current rises around the ferry in a black wall. Mela turns toward the stern. It is catching us. Sen opens the glass wings farther. The crack on the right side lengthens. We will lose the wing, Mela warns. We will lose the ferry if I do not. The vessel accelerates. Rain tears through the tunnel. Memories flash so quickly along the water walls that they become bands of light. Yara holds the side, the specimen case steady. The promise pair's roots press against the pot. It is trying to plant itself, she says. Not yet. The sapling leans east. Its golden veins pulse faster. The river carries you past abandoned islands, active farms, and drifting ferry villages. At each one, people stand beside the root water channels. Some offer seed and soil immediately. Others watch in confusion or fear. Not every community understands. Not every storehouse opens, but enough begin. A central orchard island releases its emergency reservoir. Water pours outward instead of toward Valen. A market platform unties the gates of its preserved fruit warehouse and loads baskets onto westbound ferries. Gardeners uproot rows of identical high-yield trees, making room for dormant, native root beds. Golden light spreads through the deep current. The storm remains behind it, close enough now that lightning reflects from the ferry's cracked wing. Valen appears above the eastern clouds. The capital island is no longer level. Its towers lean toward the storm. Bridges have twisted between roots. Several districts are being evacuated by airship, but the vessels circle without safe currents in which to depart. The first orchard rises over the city. Its bare branches bend beneath violent wind. Golden pulses move weakly through the trunk. At the western root gate, the deep river turns upward. Sen pulls the steering bar. The ferry climbs. The cracked wing gives way. Half of the glass panel tears free and disappears into the current. The ferry rolls. You strike the side of the hull. The specimen case slips from your shoulder, but Yara catches its strap. Mela reaches the damaged wing mechanism and cuts the remaining glass away with her storm hook. Fold the other one, she shouts. We need lift. We need balance. Sen pulls the lever. The remaining wing closes. The ferry becomes a narrow wooden seed carried within the rising river. You spiral around Valen's hanging roots. The city rotates beyond the water, terraces and rooftops, passing in slow circles. People point as the deep current climbs toward the southern route court. A route blocks the channel ahead. It is thick enough to crush the ferry. You lift the tuning fork. 7 breaths. The golden pulse reaches the obstruction. You strike. The note travels through the hull. The route moves. A narrow opening forms. The ferry shoots through it and bursts from the river into the lower chamber where your journey began. The hull strikes the stone floor and slides through spilled root water. Copper pipes break around you. The ferry stops against the old work table. For several breaths, no one moves. Tavi lifts their head. I hated that most of all. Sen stands slowly. You say that every time. I have meant it every time. You climb from the ferry. The lower chamber is empty. Emergency lamps glow along the walls, and cracks have opened across the pale bark. Golden petals continue flowing from the root water valve. There are hundreds now. They cover the floor around your boots. The service passage leading to the root court is sealed by a ministry gate. Tavi approaches it. Without the brass seal, the lock does not respond. They take a broken length of copper pipe from the floor and strike the mechanism until it splits. Mela watches. Persuasive. I am adapting. You hurry upward. The southern route court is filled with people. Ministry officials, royal gardeners, orchard workers, visiting scholars, and residents from the lower terraces crowd behind the railing. Wind tears festival ribbons from the trunk. The sky above Valen has become a dark spiral. At the center of the court, the keeper of roots stands beside a group of ministers. He is an older man wearing a cream robe embroidered with golden branches. Workers around him have driven copper braces into the soil and attached cables to the first orchard's lower trunk. They are trying to force the island back onto its route. Sen stops at the site. You are binding the tree. The keeper turns. Relief appears briefly on his face, followed by anger. Where have you been? Bloom. The word passes through the gardeners nearest you. The keeper's gaze moves to Yara. He recognizes her. You were declared lost. I was left. High above, lightning strikes one of the first orchard's branches. Golden bark splits. The crowd cries out. Tavi climbs onto the railing. The root cables must be released. A minister in a blue ceremonial coat points toward them. Assistant Cyril, get down. The first orchard is not losing control. It is refusing the channels. We have seen the storm records, the minister says. Panic is spreading across every district. Reservoirs are being opened without authorization. They are returning water to the outer routes. They are emptying emergency reserves while the capital drifts. Those reserves came from the regions now falling out of the sky. The minister looks toward the dark clouds gathering around Valen. If we release the root cables, this island will enter the storm. Yara steps into the court. If you keep them, the roots will tear themselves apart, resisting you. The keeper of roots looks at Sen. Is that true? Sen studies the trunk. He places one hand against the pale bark. A golden pulse passes beneath his fingers. Yes, the keeper lowers his gaze to the cables. Years of obedience, procedure, and fear hold them as firmly as the metal holds the tree. Then he takes the pruning blade from his belt. He cuts the first cable. Royal gardeners move at once. Some ministers shout for them to stop, but the gardeners sever brace after brace. Copper lines snap away from the trunk. The first orchard shifts. Valen tilts toward the storm. People fall against the railing. The ancient roots spread beneath the island, no longer constrained by the root anchors. They reach toward the returning deep current. Where does the witness go? Yara asks. You look across the root court. The soil is still tightly drawn around the ancient trunk. Water glistens on the surface, but cannot enter. At the base of the tree, where the first root emerges, you see a narrow hollow. It is shaped like a bowl. Inside the railing, Sen unlocks the gate. You carry the promised pair into the court. The wind becomes quieter beside the first orchard, just as it did when you first arrived. Beneath your boots, the slow root pulse continues. Waiting, you kneel at the bowl-shaped hollow. The soil is too hard to move with your hands. Sen gives you his narrow pruning knife, and you loosen the surface carefully, cutting no living fibers. Tavi enters carrying a clay basin from the lower chamber. It contains Loom's dark soil, pale cloud soil from the rescued village, and golden petals gathered from the root water. Mela pours fresh water from Aura's shelf into it. Yara adds preserved seed from her wooden case. The shared ground. You mix it together. Then you remove the promised pear from its pot and settle its roots beside the first orchard. The sapling's white root touches the ancient bark. Nothing happens. The storm descends. Clouds close around the upper branches. Lightning travels from limb to limb, illuminating the bare canopy. Valen's outer terraces begin rotating beneath the pressure. Across the city, bells ring without rhythm. The other channels remain closed, Yara says. Tavi turns toward the crowd. They need to choose. The ministry signal tower rises from a branch above the court. Its speaking horn can reach every island still connected to the capital current. Tavi climbs the ladder. The ceremonial minister calls after them, but no one attempts to stop them now. At the tower platform, Tavi opens the horn's copper veins. Their voice travels across Aerath. The first orchard has not died. It has remembered. The words echo between the islands. For generations, water, seed, harvest, and soil have moved toward Valen without returning to the regions that sustained them. The storm now crossing the kingdom carries the record of what was taken. The crowd grows still. You have seen those memories in your wells and rivers. No ministry order can decide what your community owes. No official measure can replace the promise that was forgotten. Tavi looks down toward you, the promise pear, and the bowl of shared soil. Return what you can. Open what you have closed. Carry food where the roots failed. Carry seed where the orchards emptied. Carry water toward roots that were asked to survive without it. Thunder gathers around the signal tower, and do not send everything to Valen. The horn carries the final sentence into the storm. For a moment, Aerath gives no answer. The promise pear's bud remains closed. Then a bell sounds from the drifting village. 3 slow notes. Aura's shelf answers with its green beacon. A farming island opens its western irrigation gate. Water curves away from the capital and enters a dry root channel. A ferry cooperative releases its vessels from the evacuation line and begins carrying supplies outward. In Valen's market district, warehouse doors open. Families bring bowls of seed to the public fountains. Orchard workers carry compost from private terraces and pour it into the root water. One region answers, then another. Golden lines appear beneath the first orchard's bark. 6 channels brighten. The 7th remains dark. The central capital channel, Valen, is still holding more than it returns. The storm strikes the island. The first orchard's trunk bends. A great root tears from the lower stone, sending buildings trembling across the southern terraces. The promise pear's leaves fold. You press the tuning fork into the shared soil and strike it. The root pulse answers. 7 breaths. Pause, but the pattern is weaker. Sen kneels opposite you and places both hands against the first orchard. What is it waiting for? You look toward the capital channel. The tree cannot return Valen's measure for it. Around the court, people begin understanding. The keeper of roots removes the gold embroidery from his robe and lays it in the soil. A festival vendor places a basket of sugared pears beside the railing, then carries it toward the evacuation district. Royal gardeners unlock the sealed seed archive beneath the northern branch. The elderly woman from the airship appears within the crowd, still carrying her 3 cages of moss. She opens them beside the root court. The glowing moss spreads into cracks in the dry cloud soil. The whispering moss repeats a single word. Return. The ceremonial minister stands near the signal tower. Rain runs down his blue coat. At last, he removes the keys to the capital reservoir from his belt. He gives them to the nearest water keeper. Open every western gate. The water keeper hesitates. All of them. All. Beneath the city, stone gates rise. The capital reservoir releases. Water that has been stored behind Valen's roots for decades pours outward through the 6 weakened channels. It carries seed husks, mineral soil, golden petals, and the reflected memories of the storm library. The seventh root line ignites. The promise pear blossoms. A single golden flower opens beneath the first orchard. Its light travels through the young tree's white root and enters the ancient trunk. You feel the response through the soil. The first orchard drinks. The constricted ground loosens all at once. Water sinks around your hands. Golden sap surges upward through the trunk, faster than anything your viewing lens could measure. The storm reaches the canopy. For one breath, the entire kingdom disappears inside cloud. Then the first bud opens. It forms upon the highest branch, small and gold against the darkness. A second opens below it, then 10, then thousands. Blossoms race across the first orchard's branches in expanding waves. Every limb fills with light. The bare canopy becomes a golden sky. The storm breaks against it. Lightning enters the flowers and leaves as warm rain. Clouds unfold above Aerath. Golden petals fall across Valen, across the fairy villages, across Aura's shelf, and the abandoned western route. Some drift downward. Others rise with the rivers. Many travel sideways, following root currents toward islands that have not seen the first bloom in generations. The promise pear releases its petals beside you. Its leaves remain silver. Its small trunk rests against the first orchard's root. The witness has not been consumed. It has taken root. Valen stops turning. Across the horizon, the floating islands settle into the sky. They do not return exactly to their former roots. Some remain closer to the west. Others form new chains between villages once separated by distance. The kingdom finds a different balance. Rain falls gently through the root court. Sen sits back in the wet soil. Yara lowers herself beside him. For a while, they watch the blossoms without speaking. Then Sen rests his shoulder against hers. She closes one hand around his. Weeks pass before Aerath fully understands what happened. The festival of first bloom is never completed in its old form. The ceremonial platforms become supply docks. The decorative bowls marked with 3 seeds are returned to the markets, nurseries, reservoirs, and ferry stations, where the measure can be practiced rather than admired. Tavi refuses 3 promotions before accepting a new position, overseeing the open record office. Its doors remain unlocked, and copies of every water order are sent to every region affected by it. Their green coat is eventually repaired. The buttons remain crooked. Mela returns to Aura's shelf, though she no longer keeps the beacon alone. Young weather readers arrive from across Aerath to learn the western currents. Green lights begin appearing along routes abandoned from official maps. Nima restores the nursery at Loom. The dormant roots beneath the old pots awaken slowly. Sunmilk figs emerge first, followed by lantern quince and blue marrow vine. None are rushed into production. Their first seeds are divided among the western communities. The the Southern Conservatory and the renewed public seed houses of Valen. Yara remains on loom through the first rebuilding season. Sen travels between the western nursery and the first orchard. Their conversations are not always easy. 17 lost years cannot be repaired by a single reunion, but they begin with small things: shared meals, questions answered honestly, long hours working beside the same root bed. You remain in Aerath far longer than the invitation in your pocket allowed. No one asks to see the letter after its seal becomes part of the storm library. You help document the returning varieties, examine damaged orchards, and teach gardeners to recognize the difference between roots that cannot drink and roots that choose not to. In return, they teach you that preserving a species means more than keeping its final seed beneath glass. A living plant requires a living relationship with soil, water, weather, insects, people, and time. Your final report to the Royal Conservatory begins with the sentence your master once taught you. Begin with what the plant is doing, not what people expect it to do. You add a second sentence of your own. When an ancient tree refuses to bloom, examine not only its roots, but the kingdom growing around them. On the evening before your return journey, you visit the southern root court alone. The city is quiet. Lanterns glow along the bridges, and the upward rivers move steadily between the islands. Far to the west, green beacons mark the restored route to loom. The promised pear has grown beside the first orchard. It is still small enough that you can place one hand around its trunk. Several silver leaves move in the warm breeze. Beneath them hangs a single young fruit, no larger than a marble. You do not pick it. At the base of the sapling rests a wooden bowl. Inside are 3 seeds, one for those who tend the orchard, one for those who travel or hunger, one to return to the living ground. Golden petals drift from the first orchard's canopy. One lands upon your sleeve. This time, it carries no warning. Its veins form a simple pattern beneath the lantern light. A root joined to another root. You place the petal in your specimen case and leave the lid slightly open. Above you, glass-winged ferries move quietly between the orchards. Their lanterns trace slow paths across the evening sky, linking island to island, until the whole kingdom seems held together by threads of warm light. The first orchard breathes beneath your hand. 7 breaths, a pause, then the promised pair answers. And far across Aerath, rivers rise gently into the stars.